We're live now, Your Worship.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our April 21st council meeting. It's 1 o'clock. I want to welcome council and staff and the viewing public, and we enjoy your company today. Certainly, I got a couple announcements here to make. I understand it's Queen Elizabeth's birthday today. She's turning 95. Good for her. Also, I wanted to share that we had a special meeting this morning related to COVID, and we had a number of different people coming to that meeting. So that is available. Information is available on our website, and also that recording will be available also. So we sort of got the latest up to date information. As we know, it keeps changing, but certainly we had a really good meeting this morning. Also, if you notice on our agenda, we have a closed session, and in that there's an education and training portion. We'll have to have a hard stop just before 4 p.m. because the individual that's doing that training is scheduled for 4 o'clock. So just to keep that in mind as we move along in our council meeting. All right, well, we have a published agenda, an agenda that was published on our website and circulated to all of council. And are there any additions or deletions to that agenda for today? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Allwood, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you for that. Now that we have an approved agenda, we are moving into now our open forum. And I guess I'll go to either the clerk or the deputy clerk. Do we have anyone wishing to take the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes on any item on the agenda?
We do, Your Worship. We have 6 registered speakers. I'm not seeing all of them quite yet in the meeting, but the first few are in the meeting. So the first one is Joe Kaloran, and he's speaking on item 6.1.
Okay.
And I've allowed him to talk.
All right, I'll start with him first. Good afternoon, Joe.
Did I hit unmute?
No, you're coming in loud and clear.
May I please speak after the presentation by the Kimberley Public Safety Committee? Some of the things, they've adopted some of my ideas, but not all of them, and I would appreciate being able to speak after them.
So according to our procedural bylaw, all unscheduled delegations can only speak to items on the agenda, and they have 3 minutes. I will have to go back to council if they will allow that special, but our procedural bylaw does not allow others to speak only at a certain time, and that's at the beginning of our council meeting. Sorry.
Okay, it's tough for me. I don't know what to speak to.
Okay, well, there was information that was published.
No, I've got their presentation, Paul. I've got things, but I wanted to hear them. And could you ask council if I'm allowed to do that, what I've asked?
So in order to go against our procedure bylaw, it will take a mover and a seconder to allow the request, and it will take 2/3 majority to require that. So right now I will go to the council and see if that is something that will be considered.
Thank you, Paul.
Councillor Nielsen.
Given the nature of the community safety one, I'll move to allow Mr. Cloran to speak after the delegation 6.1.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? I'll repeat it one more time. Do I have a seconder for that? I see there is no seconder, so that motion has lost. So your remainder of time, Joe, is do you wish to continue to speak? Because the motion to allow you to speak afterwards was not carried by council. Or not moved, sorry, the motion didn't get on the floor.
Okay, Paul, I'll speak, or should I wait until the next meeting when it's on the minutes? This meeting's on the minutes and then speak to it.
You will have to make a request to speak as a delegation. The exception to today's portion of this agenda is you're allowed to speak 3 minutes to items that are on the agenda without having to register. But if you wish to speak as a delegation at an
No, I
upcoming
was
meeting,
thinking of speaking on the agenda next week will be the minutes of this meeting. So could I not speak to the
You'll have to-
agenda?
you'll have to make that request to the clerk to see if there are available space for you to speak. Madam
Okay,
Clerk? Hang on, I'll get clarity for that, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So approval of the minutes will be an item on the next agenda, not the items that were on that meeting. So if you'd like to speak to the
Okay.
delegation that's today, you would have to request a delegation. So there's a form available on our website if you want to fill that out, and somebody will reach out to you in regards to that.
okay, I'd like to speak today, if I can. And
I will allow you 3 minutes. I understand that you were asking for a request, and I will grant that time that you used for that for clarity or for the request you made. So you will have 3 minutes to speak once you start.
thank you, Paul, and thank you, Council, for letting me hear. I think that the presentation by the Kimberley Public Safety Committee is one of the best I've ever seen. I've compared it to Ottawa, Kingston, Waterloo, London, numerous municipalities. It is excellent. But as in all things, the devil's in the details. And public health and public safety go hand in hand. For the last 7 years, I've failed to present properly. I've tried the facts, I've tried the evidence, I've tried not just throwing darts, but solution ideas to traffic calm Kimberley and safely. And I was all alone for a long time. And of course, I was told, you're the only person, Joe. It's not going to change. Public health is the WHO's #2 environmental health hazard. Health. And the #2 hazard for the WHO is traffic noise, vehicle noises. And we have excessive speeding here in town. You've all seen the evidence of the traffic studies. Even Pat Hoy says there's been no improvement since the Kimberley community or our VAC signs, our radar signs went in. It takes a lot of different components to traffic calm, safety, and our health. The excessive noises of vehicles here in Kimberley, the off-road tires, the transport truck speeding, the aftermarket exhaust systems, pickup trucks with their goosed up horsepowers. We have noises. Under the MTO Act, it's the road authority that's responsible for vehicle noises. It's not the Ministry of Environment. Paul, when you were warden, did you do anything in these areas for health, public health from noises, vehicle noises? And of course, here in Kimberley, we're in a unique situation. There are many things that this committee has, I'm humbled, they've taken puzzle pieces that I've recommended over the last 7 years, some of the puzzle pieces, but not all of them. And I had a complete picture of a puzzle to traffic calm and public health. They go hand in hand. Photo radar is the kiss of death for politicians, as we know, but at some point, to deliver noiselessness here in the valley, which is contained, amplified, reverberated by our two escarpments, we have to address our health. REM sleep's disrupted, our days, our psyches. We've got to go at it from public health. And there are many things missing from their wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Joe. Okay, moving on then to our next speaker, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. Next, we have Doug Griffiths speaking on item 811.
Okay, good afternoon, Doug.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. On behalf of the concerned citizens, we're back to talk to you today. And we thank you for this opportunity to further express our objection to this proposed rezoning application. I can assure you our representation today will be limited to comments on matters that were brought forward at the last council meeting and or new information that was presented in the recent planning report dated today. By way of just a quick recap, we've previously stated our objections fall into three major categories. The first one being residential development of this property does not comply with the requirements for agricultural zoning and is not compatible with the adjacent active farm. 2, the road entrance is unsafe and not in compliance with industry standards. And 3, several environmental issues have been identified requiring an environmental impact study. The required setback for this property totals 30 meters. This is a bit of a repeat, but it's worth again noting this property is only 20 meters wide. Therefore, the side yard setbacks are 150% of the width of the property. The reasonable conclusion that this property is not suitable for residential development. Allowing residential development of within 5.7 meters of an active farm operation creates a safety issue in regards to the application of fertilizer and insecticides. The recent planning report speaks to the presence of a, quote, buffer zone that supposedly mitigates this concern. Further reading of the document that was referenced in the planning report, it recommends in that document that the buffer zone be 10 to 30 meters wide in order to be effective. No such buffer zone exists as the property is only 20 meters wide. Further, any trees that are currently there will be further reduced as they prepare the building envelope. Based on that, we still believe the planning report has not satisfactorily addressed the setback concerns, and on that basis, the application should be denied. That's my piece. Next speaker for us is Pat Boyle. She's on this computer. If I could just turn it over to her, if that would be fine, or is there a process to go through?
Let me just double check with the deputy clerk, but I don't see that being a problem, Doug. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Pat's next on the list.
Okay, go ahead, Pat. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. I'm speaking to the proposed road entrance. At the last council meeting, the Transportation Department represented that the difference between the municipal entrance policy and the Transportation Association of Canada TAC guidelines was the reference point. So there was discussion and a few questions by council about what is the difference between 3.25 meters and 4.4 meters. And the difference is that the point of reference is edge of road versus edge of driving lane. And we had Director Lemon say that it was edge of driving lane. This is not correct. In all instances, the reference point is edge of road. It is referenced in the municipal guidelines and also in the TAC guidelines. A closer review of the photograph included in the Transportation Department report shows that the vehicle used to measure the sight lines is sitting on the road at the edge of the driving lane and not the edge of the road or the entrance to the property. So if, in case I said that wrong, the vehicle used to measure the sight lines in Mr. Lemon's report is sitting at the edge of the driving lane. It is actually sitting on the road and not at the edge of the road. Also, at the last council meeting, the applicant indicated that he was expanding his bee business from 50 hives to 150 hives. An operation of this size is considered a commercial operation per the Bee Act. Processing of honey from 150 beehives on the property will create significantly more traffic volume. Further, the applicant indicated that the traffic related to the bee business would be primarily during the day, leaving the door open for retail sales. Lastly, it is our understanding that this property was never approved for a field entrance, and references that one exists are incorrect. We continue to believe this road entrance is unsafe and should not be approved. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Pat. All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have another speaker you were mentioning?
Thank you. The next speaker is Allison Haskins, speaking on the same item, 811.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep. Good afternoon, Allison.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. It's been a while since the February 17th meeting, so happy spring, everyone. On behalf of my fellow concerned citizens, I wish to address the ongoing trepidations of the environmental impact of this proposed rezoning. Firstly, today's planning report, specifically Section 3, impacts on species at risk, references the original reports from the GSCA and the SVCA that comment on the previous building envelope and not on the relocation of the building envelope. We would also like to add that fish and other animals that dwell in the pond 49 meters away were not factored into the report. The SVCA is also an adjacent landowner, and the concerns raised in their earlier letter cannot be dismissed simply by moving the building envelope. The original SVCA report dated January the 19th provided the applicant with MECP contact information and direction. The applicant reached out to MECP only on April 6th at the suggestion of the planning department. MECP provided information to the applicant, but not authorization to proceed. A formal review under the ESA has not been completed. We respectfully note that the planning department is incorrect as the environmental impacts have still not been addressed. Secondly, the conservation authorities have identified the property as significant woodlands and accordingly trigger an environmental impact study as per municipal and county official plans. Lastly, referencing the image on page 5 of our submitted report, Section 12 of the applicant's amendment to the zoning bylaw development application form, dated and received by the town on November 6th of 20, was not filled out correctly and therefore does not reflect environmental issues. I wish to thank you all very much for your time and attention to this significant concern. And I just want to add that Ben and Sue Sharp are not available. So Talisa is on the line here with me to speak on their behalf.
Okay, well, thank you, Allison. I just got to go back to my deputy clerk and just to go through that process. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we did have the registration from Ben Sharp, and I do have him in the meeting. So I could allow him to speak just to see if he is willing to speak.
We can try. Yep. Hello, Ben. Mr. Sharp, do you wish to speak?
It's appearing like he's not unmuting, so maybe he's not available.
Can you hear me? Can you still hear Allison?
Yeah.
They're actually in line for the vaccine, so they might have logged on to listen, but there's quite a long lineup, and I don't even think they've had the vaccine, and then they have to wait 15 minutes. So they did ask Talisa to speak. Sorry.
No, thanks for that clarity. Okay, then Lisa.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So on behalf of Ben and Sue Sharp, I would like to summarize our presentation today. The side yard setback, including both sides, totals 30 meters. This lot is only 20 meters wide. The buffer zones that are recommended at 10 to 30 meters, again, this lot is only 20 meters wide. Current sightline measurements do not appear to conform with the Common Municipal Entrance Policy and TAC guidelines, the requirements of 4.4 meters from the edge of the road. This is a commercial operation per the B Act. The property has never been approved for a field entrance, and we continue to believe this road entrance is unsafe and should not be approved. The new building envelope, the location does not have a written response from either the conservation authorities and does not appear to consider the habitat in the pond within 49 meters. The MECP response does not authorize to proceed. A formal review under the ESA has not been done. County and municipal official plans require an EIS. The applicant's sworn affidavit incorrectly represents the surrounding flora and fauna. Again, it is based on these remarks that we respectfully ask that you decline this rezoning application. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Lisa, for reading that for the Sharps. Okay, so hang on, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Madam Deputy Clerk, was that the 6 that was including Ben and Sue Sharp? Was that the 6?
That was. We have no further registrants.
Okay. Thank you. And for those that were, that did speak, thank you very much for that. And they will be, those items that'll be coming up later on this agenda. Those comments are, at least I wrote them down. I'm sure everybody else did as well, so they can raise those at that time. Thanks again for participating. All right, so that takes care of the open forum. So going back to council members then for our approved agenda, does any member here have a pecuniary interest with regards to any items that's listed on the agenda? Councillor Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be declaring a conflict on 10.3, the vacancy, commercial vacancy rebate, as a property that I'm a co-owner in has applied for that rebate in the past.
Okay, thank you for that then, Councillor Allen. Okay, are there any other conflict of interest or interest with regards to council members they wish to declare today? All right, if one does rise, you can raise it at that time, as we quite well know. So we have the minutes of April 7th, and they're there, and they have been circulated to council after that meeting. And would somebody like to move and second those sets of minutes, please? Councillor Little, Deputy Mayor. Are there any any errors, omissions, or anything that needs to be discussed of those sets of minutes? All right, seeing none, all in favor of those? That is carried. Okay, so we have, let me double check here. I think it's 2 delegations today. So first is 6.1 and Michele Chaban, and with regards to the Kimberley safety group, and there was information provided on our agenda. And I guess I'll go back to our deputy clerk, who is allowing people in. So Madam Deputy Clerk, I presume our first speaker is ready to speak.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. There's 4 of them wanting to partake in the delegation. Okay. So it's just going to take me a moment to get all 4 moved over, and then I'll share my screen with the presentation.
Can you share who they are?
Certainly. Michele Chaban, yep. David Nelms, Stacy Howe, and Martha Rogers.
Thank you for that. Well, good afternoon, Michele.
Hi, Paul. Good to see you as mayor and everybody else.
Welcome, and I'm glad you're keeping. It sounds like you're keeping safe, so that's important. And so, just on a preliminary part, you have 10 minutes to between you and your other speakers, and whenever you're ready to speak, and I'll allow you to pass the hand off to your other speakers how you wish. Then.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're going to have Martha Rogers speak, and the rest of us are probably going to just look good and follow her. So, if you can make sure she's on screen, that'd be great.
Thank you. And your presentation is up on the screen. So, if she gives instructions to our whoever's controlling the screen, we can move along as you wish.
Okay. Is she on? Martha, are you on?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, is this Martha?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. We actually had submitted the PowerPoint to you. It was the PowerPoint that we used in March with as the presentation for the CAOs and to the staff. I was actually going to just speak to you today, so I was wondering if you could remove the PowerPoint.
Okay, so that technically hasn't been presented to council, but you said just the CAOs and staff. So, and the viewing public would not have a chance to see it as well.
Okay, Mayor McQueen, you've got me there. I would be happy to use the slide deck, but I know it is longer than 10 minutes. So I was actually going to hope that you had reviewed it in the package that was submitted to you, so that I could just simply speak to it. But it's up to you.
No, that's fine. We do have the viewing public, so if you're trying to convey to the public, it's always that when we do present it that way, it's there. But it's been available to the public along with ourselves as well. So we can take it verbally if that works best for you.
Okay, I'm going to give it a shot, and thank you so much. So Mayor McQueen and Honorable Council councillors. The safety group from Kimberley, better known as the Group of Seven, is delighted to be with you this afternoon to talk about our proposal for a safe, healthy, and prosperous future for Kimberley and the surrounding areas. As you have had an opportunity to review the discussion paper that was created by us and informed by the community, and also to review the PowerPoint presentation, as I mentioned, that we used with the presentation in March the 8th. We would just simply wanted to highlight or underscore some important points with respect to the proposal. Some say that Kimberley is the anchor of the Beaver Valley, and we believe that to be true. It is nestled in the most beautiful environment that draws, as you well know, all kinds of people to ski, to cycle, to walk, to hike. And the village itself draws those people into the village to have a coffee, pick up groceries, pick up a meal, and participate in one of the many artistic and cultural events that are organized by the very active Kimberley Community Association in normal times, of course. Kimberley is booming. I mean, there is a baby boom going on also, but it is booming in terms of population and tourism. This has meant, as Joe mentioned earlier, that we all know that there has been a significant increase in the volume and speed of traffic, and in particular of commercial heavy truck traffic in and around the village. This has created a real and honest concern about public safety, not to mention public health for people and the environment. And this issue is what inspired the Kimberley Safety Group to get involved to try and address this issue in a way that would be positive, results-oriented, evidence-based, and that would bring to you some real solutions to the problem. So we would like to talk about that a bit today. As you will see in the documentation that we provided, several recommendations were put forward. These recommendations were created and constructed, and we've woven together after doing a lot of research into safety-related interventions that had been used in rural communities in Europe, in the UK, and in North America. What we learned from that research was that there is no one silver bullet solution to safety. It is only affected when several strategies are woven together to create a sort of infrastructure upon which an entire culture of safety can be built. And this is why we have made several recommendations to you that are detailed in the document. In the interest of time, I just wanted to say that those recommendations cluster around three primary objectives. One is to slow the traffic down going into, through, and out of Kimberley. The second is to create safe and accessible ways in which pedestrians of all ages and abilities can move in and around the village of Kimberley, and to create pathways from the village to the north and to the south to enable people to walk or hike, to access the hiking trail, the beautiful hiking trails that exist to the north and to the south, well, all around Kimberley actually, and also to link to the communities that reside in the Talisman area and also in the Amic area. So the third priority is to create a safe space off the road for cyclists. We had 6,000 cyclists visit the Kimberley village last summer. We would like to see a safe space for them off-road where they and hikers and others could rest, become refreshed, learn about the valley, and frankly, to enjoy the lovely property that surrounds the Kimberley Hall. These objectives and the recommendations that we have put forward, we believe will have a very positive impact on the safety and health of our community. But why is this so timely and so relevant at this moment? And there are several factors that we think are relevant today. One is that our proposal, we believe, aligns so directly with the municipality's strategic priorities, particularly those that relate to a healthy lifestyle. We know that this work also aligns very nicely with the county's strategic plan and with the plan for the Master Trail Plan. And we also know that this proposal aligns with the Healthy Communities movement that is happening across Canada, North America, and even globally. Second, we have our proposal, our work has been informed by community engagement. As you will have read, we have letters of support from 12 organizations and more than 100 different individuals. We believe this is highly consistent with the municipality's commitment to community engagement and is therefore one of the important points. And finally, we believe that the future, a healthy, prosperous, and vibrant future for Kimberley is a healthy, safe, and vibrant future for all of Kimberley, for not just Kimberley, for the Beaver Valley in its entirety, including the Talisman properties and the future, whatever the future holds for Talisman. It cannot help but be advanced by a safe, healthy, and prosperous village next door. So we are here today to ask three things of the council. The first is that we are seeking your approval to work with municipal staff on the Federal Healthy Communities grant application. We are prepared. We have done an extensive review of the literature. We have prepared a comprehensive plan. We have substantial community support. And we recently completed a project plan that outlines the activities to be taken up with the critical indicators for success and the methods of measurement so that we can determine outcomes of our interventions. We are ready, but we cannot do this alone. We are in need of the municipality to be the applicant on this proposal or the co-applicant with the county on the proposal. But we are ready, willing, and have great capacity to make a substantive contribution to that proposal. Secondly, we seek council's approval to work with the municipal staff to develop an operational plan for the implementation of the recommendations that have been put forward in our discussion paper. We understand that both the county and the municipality are partners in relation to this proposal, but we would like to see the development of a critical path that honors and respects the planning and budgetary cycles for both the municipality and the county. We would like the opportunity to work together on this. And finally, we would like your support and even your advocacy with respect to working with the county on those items that fall under their jurisdiction. Your worship, we are so pleased to be with you today and to talk about this proposal. We believe it can make a very important contribution to the future of Kimberley and to the entire Beaver Valley. And we would look forward to discussion, questions, or comments. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Martha. And there may be some questions. I just hang on the line there. And first we have Deputy Mayor Desai and Councillor Little. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Michele and Martha, for the presentation. I do have a list of questions. I'll just go through them one by one, if that's okay. One of the numbers that you've mentioned, and there are 6,000 cyclists going through Kimberley, or it's an approximate number, I'm assuming. My question is, how did you arrive at that number of 6,000 cyclists?
Martha, can I answer that? Because it was originally my writing. It came out of the Collingwood bicycle community. It was a published document that they had collected the data, and it was in a small video, and we confirmed it with them as well.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, you've requested a speed limit change to 60 kilometers per hour on a slightly more extended stretch of road rather than the 50 on the smaller stretch of road that is right now. I just wanted to confirm that, because I didn't I was a little confused. Did you want the entire from one gate to the other to be 60, or did you want from gate to the 50 zone to be a 60 and then goes down to 50 and then back up to 60 and then 80?
We are recommending a progressive reduction in speed from 60 to 40 in the village, 60 beginning at the gateways, which would be 13 and 30 on the south, and where the 7s intersect with 13 on the north. It does raise the issue of the potential reduction of Grey Road 13 speed just north of Eugenia at concession 12. Down to 60 as it has been done on Grey Road 119. And the reason that that decision was taken according to the minutes was based on the volume of cycle traffic, as well as the undulating and steep road declines, which is exactly the same situation for us. So the consistent application of that policy would be desirable.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I think it's mentioned in there is that you wanted to see paved shoulders going through Kimberley. I just wanted to provide an update from the county on that. The county sort of undertook a program to put paved shoulders down whenever they're making improvements to a road or laying a new paved road in, and they've continued to put paved shoulders. Under the Grey County Cycling and Trails Master Plan, there is the proposal to put paved shoulders going through Kimberley as well. I'm not sure if you guys have had a chance to go through that, but I just wanted to provide that update. The other, it's not an issue. It's a question, bit more, because it's a question of jurisdiction. A lot of the things that you're suggesting are, without doubt, they would be helpful in making the roads safer. Unfortunately, they also relate to county jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. So are there plans for you as a group or individuals to make this presentation that you've made to us today, to make those at the county level?
The CAO of the county and
Pat Hoy?
Pat Hoy, thank you.
Yeah.
Pat Hoy, we're on the presentation on May the 8th. And we have been David has been in almost constant communication with the county on the items that fall into their jurisdiction. And it is complicated because sometimes both the municipality and the county overlap in terms of their responsibilities. So it is really a partnership that we see as being required.
Okay, and so I guess my question is still, if there's plans to delegate to county council to bring these issues mm-hmm. and provide a bigger platform perhaps for them.
Thank you.
And now I'm down to the last two questions.
So just a comment to that, because Martha, that helps Deputy Mayor and myself help at the county as well. It helps us help you by bringing it to the county that way.
And thank you very much. We will pursue that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Down to my last two questions. There is a movement in Ontario right now called the Vision Zero movement. It's to do with road safety. It's based on, it's a European country. I forget the name of that country, unfortunately, but it's based on eliminating the deaths that happen through traffic accidents. And one of the key features of it is to accept that accidents happen, but how do we design roadways and communities to make sure that deaths don't happen from it? Toronto is one of the municipalities that has signed up for Vision Zero. There was a Vision Zero Act that was proposed at Queen's Park last year, or the year before. I'm not 100% sure on the date of that. Have you guys looked that up, and have you guys sort of connected with that group, the Vision Zero group?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know about the other members.
All right. I will look up the info and I'll send it along to you guys.
Thank you.
And I had a pun written down here that the Vision Zero movement has picked up speed, so to speak. I missed making that. And then the last question, and this is with regards to the gateway sign. One thing you're suggesting is a larger gateway sign. Wouldn't that be somewhat contrary to the suggestion that we should reduce the distractions on the road? If we do have a larger gateway sign that could possibly be busier, wouldn't that lead to potentially more distracted drivers? I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, and that's it for my questions. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome.
May I respond, Mayor McQueen?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I think both things can exist simultaneously. In the literature, it suggests that gateway treatments can be one way of slowing traffic because it draws drivers' attention to the fact that they are entering a populated community. And we're thinking of a larger, substantial structure, as the example was given, the Tobermory example, or there's one at Lake Louise that's very vibrant and lovely. There are a lot of signs, it is true, along Grey Road 13, and those might be minimized so that the signs have meaning. We have been also working with the county to move the community safety zones outward toward the gateways and away from the village proper, which I believe is likely to happen.
Okay, thank you for that then. Are there any other questions from council members? Sorry, Councillor Lowe, that's right. Go ahead, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a comment and a question, and then I do have a motion I'd like to put on the floor.
Okay. Go ahead.
My comment is just congratulations to the Kimberley Safety Group on this document and presentation, the level of research, the information provided, potential solutions, and the overall presentation itself are excellent. My question is, you're looking for making an application for the Healthy Communities Initiative. And I just want to confirm with you that I think round 2, the deadline is June the 25th. Is that what you're aiming for?
May I respond, Mayor McQueen?
Yeah, go ahead, Martha.
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
the window opens mid-May, about May 14th. And yes, it's a rather short window. That's why we would need to move on this quickly, but we feel that we are prepared and could do so.
Okay.
Thank you. And so I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if I can put my motion forward now, or if you want to hear from other members of council.
Well, let me just ask if there's other questions, and I'll come back to you for that, if that's okay. Just want to catch it. Okay, so Councillor Alwood, do you have a question?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, through you to the delegates. An excellent presentation. I wondered whether you were going to make this information available to the April 28th Beaver Valley Visioning undertaking.
Okay, there's a question back to the presenters.
I think a number of us have registered to participate in that as participants, but we weren't, as far as I understand, having any formal contribution to that evening or that day. Are you suggesting otherwise?
Well, I have a hand up from our Economic Development Director, so I might just divert over to there just if everybody just hold that pause for a minute. So Director Harris.
Thank you so much, Mayor McQueen. I just wanted to let you know that I have been speaking to Martha and Michele Chaban. I do have that presentation. I've already forwarded it to the consultants. It is part of our documentation that will help inform the outcomes of that. Just given the high level of interest in the Beaver Valley visioning, we have filled up 4 sessions and we're adding an additional two more sessions. So just I don't think it's probably the best form, but I have committed that information will most certainly be shared, and I obviously will inform that report back.
There you go. There's the answer. Thanks, Michele. Anything else, Councillor Alwood? Do you have anything else to follow up?
No, Your Worship. Actually, our Director of Economic Development's response has satisfied my concerns, and I think it's valuable information for the visioning project. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Are there any other questions from councillors then? Okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor Little then.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This motion is in response to the first ask of the group. So the motion is that council receive the delegation of the Kimberley Safety Group and that council direct the transportation and the economic and community development staff to work with the Kimberley Safety Group and the county to assist in applying for the Healthy Communities Initiative second round grant with a deadline of June 25th.
Okay, June 25th. Okay, and do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Valiquette. Let's move by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Valiquette. Discussion, you included that we received the delegation, just right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Want to double check there. Okay, discussion on the motion. Okay, and so I'm not sure if we're going to deal with the other two right at the point, but this is dealing with the first ask, just for clarity there. So this is with regards to the application. I know Bill Walker would love to do the announcement. Oh, this is federal, right? This is federal?
Yes.
Yes, this is federal. So Alec Ruff would do the announcement, right? So, yeah. All right, seeing there's no other discussion there. Just a quick question. How much are you looking to apply for?
We have begun the process of identifying some of the financial requirements for the project, and some would of course come from probably municipal pockets and some from county pockets and some that would be directed specifically to the grant. We have a table that Stacy has begun to prepare, and we would begin by working with that to develop the answer to your question.
Right.
The maximum ask is 250,000, but we're not hopeful for that.
Well, sometimes the sky's the limit. And
That's
being
right.
in LA, there's a big sky, right? So it's a unique spot. So, okay, so further discussions on that motion. All right, again, that was moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Valiquette. All in favor of that motion? Okay, that was carried unanimously. All right, well, thank you for that. And then the two other items, I guess that will be captured, Councillor Little, and you receive the delegations information. So that will, those two other items will be captured in that as receiving.
Your Worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute again.
I was basing my motion
There you
on the presentation that was included in the agenda information, and I wasn't exactly sure of the complete ask. So the second part of the ask was, if I have it correct, the approval to develop an implementation plan, working with municipal staff. Can I just confirm that that's the idea behind the second ask?
Martha?
So
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I would make a motion, Your Worship, that that council direct Grey Highlands staff to work with the Kimberley Safety Group to develop an implementation plan based on their presentation.
Okay, so Councillor Little, do I have a seconder for that then? Is it Deputy Mayor, you're seconding that? Or you have a question before you second?
I have a question. Wouldn't that be contrary to procedural bylaw?
I was thinking about, yeah, he comes back with the report, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I see that. You're right. The most pressing the most pressing concern is to get this application in time. So perhaps we could have a staff report then on the potential for working with the Kimberley Safety Group on development of an implementation plan.
And would you want the report to also include the third ask as well? Because the third ask would, I'm trying to get my notes here to work. maybe I didn't quite capture the whole clarity of the third ask, but would you want to report on that as well?
Yeah, all I had was support and advocacy written down for the third point. I didn't have it quite captured. So I wonder if an implementation plan would include that.
From
The way-
as a staff report. Yeah, as a staff report coming back. Okay. Okay, so I think we're sort of captured what you're saying in your motion with regards to a report to come back with an implementation plan. Is Councillor Allred, are you seconding that?
Thank you, Worship. I just had a question. I mean, it's would very much be contingent on the outcome of our first motion on the Healthy Community Grants initiative. The third ask I thought was support and advocacy to work with county on issues that fall under their jurisdiction. So again, and given that we're undertaking the visioning project for the whole of Beaver Valley, of which Kimberley is, as mentioned in the report, is an anchor community within that Beaver Valley and the heart of Beaver Valley. How would all this work, when we're still developing a visioning project?
And maybe that could be captured in the staff report that may just say what you just said, Councillor Allred, that sort of maybe has a little depth to it. Councillor Little?
Yeah.
I hear what my colleagues are saying, and it does make sense. Both of Councillor Allred's points are well taken, and so I'm wondering if it would make more sense to proceed with the grant application and come back to this after we hear some of the response from the visioning exercise and uptake on the grant application before we, then maybe at that time we'll have some more precise direction to provide. I'm reconsidering my motion, and if there's no seconder, then I guess it just fails, but I'll leave it in your hands.
So just for clarity though, as we know, Councillor Little and Council, sometimes you get 2 months from here and you're like, what was that we're supposed to do? Right? And if you do formulate some kind of a report, if you wish to have that, at least you have something that captures what your intent is, in a sense of, if this could happen, what could we do? If you were successful, I know you don't like staff maybe going too far down the road and writing reports, but I know one thing with working, like it talks about budget cycles, it talks about working with the county, but also there's also another tool called encroachment agreements that you can have with the county that allows municipalities to do certain things on county roads. You have to for example, we have the flashing lights, which we look after, but we have encroachments agreements on that. So I just caution that by not having something in play, you may lose the momentum of today's delegation, in the sense of capturing something today, not to get lost, because you know how our lives are so busy with so much information. It's so easy to lose track. I just put that out there in the sense of trying to capture what the intent is for today. In a sense, there could be a lot of points that are hinging to that, at least capturing that in maybe a staff report down the road. When that report comes back, it may be closer to that time when you are at that grant level as well. I just put that out there for just some ideas. So go ahead, Councillor Little. Oh, you're on mute again.
I'm tired of this routine. The clerk has made a suggestion as to a potential motion. As what happens when you just move something, but there's no seconder yet? Can I change that?
Yeah, there's no seconder, so it's okay. I haven't seen a mover and a seconder, so everything's on the floor right now.
So the clerk's motion is
in the chat.
Yep. The council directs staff to report back on the potential for working with the Kimberley Safety Group on the development of an implementation plan, depending on the outcome of the Healthy Communities Initiative grant application.
So that must be just sent to you, because I can't seem to see it. So I don't know if that's able.
Sorry, Your Worship, if somebody is moving a motion and I'm trying to flesh out what they want to say, I just
Okay.
speak with them to try and get the details if that's what their intention was.
Okay, so can you just reread that then, just
Sure.
so we all understand, and then we'll see if we get a seconder for that, and then we can put it on the
So-
screen. Thank you, Madam.
I might just add to it. That council directs staff to report back on the potential for working with the Kimberley Safety Group on the development of an implementation plan, depending on the outcome of the Healthy Communities Initiative application. And I would include also the Beaver Valley Visioning exercise.
Okay, Councillor Alwood, are you seconding that? Or
I
asking
am.
a question?
I am seconding that motion.
Okay. Okay, so now it's on the floor. Does everybody understand the motion, or do you need to see it from the clerk? Everybody sort of understand it? Okay, questions to the motion on the floor then? No questions? All right, I'll call the question then. All in favor of the motion? Okay, that is carried. So please, Madam or Councilor, at least that keeps it moving forward. Right, so. Okay, so I'm gonna thank our delegation here today then, and I guess only one question I have to ask, maybe I missed it, I'm not sure. Since COVID-19, what has happened to the traffic in Kimberley? I think you just answered it.
Yes, Your Worship, as you might expect, it has grown madly. It's very frequently seen that there are 8 or 10 or 12 cars parked at the entrance to the Kimberley Trail or at the access point to the Kimberley Forest Trails. It is unbelievably busy these days, and which is complicating. It's amplifying an existing problem, but it's also complicating things on Grey 13 because many of the signs that are currently there, including the flashing sign, cannot be seen because there are so many cars parked all the way down 13. It's basically being buried by the cars. So the answer to your question is exponential growth.
I think I got it just from your little chuckle there.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks again, everyone, and thank you again. All right. Moving on then to our next delegation then. Let's say that it's 6.2 on the Ontario Barn Preservation, and this is Wes Wilson. And is Wes available? Let's see, just looking for him to pop up there. Madam Deputy, oh, there you are. Wesley, sorry, I didn't say it right.
All good.
So good afternoon. And yeah, good afternoon, and I hope you're keeping safe, and you have 10 minutes to speak to for your delegation.
All right, well, thank you very much. And hello all, I'd like to start off by thanking Mayor and Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you all today. My name is Wesley Wilson, and before I begin, I'd like to take a brief moment to tell you a bit about myself. I live in Norfolk County, where I'm a descendant of the founding UEL families, where my family has farmed for over 200 years, conserving the original barn that was constructed on our family lands. I'm actively involved in several professional organizations, including the International Scientific Committees of the International Council of Monuments and Sites, Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, Canadian Society for Civil Engineering, ASHRAE, and the Norfolk Historical Society. Currently, I am just finishing my degree in Architectural Conservation and Sustainability Engineering at Carleton. And I'm here before you today representing Ontario Barn Preservation, which I'm the District 12 representative, along with the policy and advocacy functions of the organization being part of my portfolio. As part of this, we're making a series of deputations across the province to engage municipal councils to advocate for the change of surplus farm dwelling severance policies to avoid the unnecessary demolition of rural agricultural structures. Next slide, please. Ontario Barn Preservation is a not-for-profit which was started in 2019 to advocate for heritage barns. We do not advocate for mandatory preservation, but encourage voluntary preservation, reuse, and restoration where possible, and provide the resources to those who are interested. You can check out all of our initiatives at ontariobarnpreservation.com. Next slide, please. The provincial policy statement view on heritage barns is that significant built heritage resources and significant cultural heritage landscapes shall be conserved. We believe that preserving barns is an important part of this goal. Next slide, please. Although our heritage barns may not have the same functionality they once did, we believe that they are an important part of Ontario's cultural history and rural landscape. They provide landmarks in the countryside of rural scenery. They have the potential to be reused and repurposed. Tremendous added value through agritourism, along with the reuse of these buildings being more sustainable and environmentally sound than new materials being used. They have historic value for research of vernacular architecture and cultural history, along with conveying an important sentiment to urban counterparts about the hardworking farm community. They're also useful for small farm operations, and they contribute to rural agricultural growth and development of economic regions. Next slide, please. Recently, we became aware that the surplus farm dwelling severance policy was causing the unnecessary demolition of heritage barns. Research with municipalities, planners, architects, and engineers were undertaken for some of the key policies that the provincial policy statement, OMAFRA, zoning, official plans, and Ontario Building Code regulations, which are creating difficulties in the conservation of barns. Next slide, please. The first policy item that we felt was most detrimental to barns was the minimum distance separation. And a solution to this is that the barns can be retained on the farmhouse lot was the best solution after the discussions with a variety of groups. When done this way, the barn is already in compliance with the minimum distance regulations. Most owners of these farms see the barn as a novel asset rather than an obsolete liability. And these farm owners also are mostly interested in hobby farming as well, adaptive reuse, preservation, starter farms, CSAs, farm gates, and estate residential. We feel that barns served on the retained house lot have the greatest chance of success and preservation. Next slide, please. Where a barn is retained on the agricultural lot, being the larger piece, it is in immediate violation of the minimum distance separation requirements, as the related farmhouse is now on a separate property. And due to this unsuitability of these barns to house animals or equipment effectively, most farm owners would willingly tear down the building from a lack of interest in preservation. Next slide, please. Now, some of the solutions we found to the problem were retaining the barn on the farmhouse lot, as said before, with limits on animal capacity, areas, zoning that states the lots must comply with the OMAFRA manure management guidelines, and or retaining the farm or the barn on the farmer's lot and making it unreasonably capable of housing animals. Next slide, please. The next policy item we felt was most detrimental to heritage barns comes from the provincial policy statement. And this states that a new lot will be limited to a minimum size needed to accommodate the use of appropriate sewage and wastewater services, which translates into the official plan of both at the county level and the municipal township level as well. And this lot and restrictive guideline almost always results in the barn to be retained on the large agricultural lot, and thus, as I explained before, guarantees its demise. Some solutions we found to this was from different municipalities who were using a minimum and maximum lot size rather than the above stricter guidelines that were presented, and they were reviewing each severance on a case-by-case basis to determine the best collection of buildings, which in most instances meant the preservation of the barn rather than the demolition. They also provided language to consider heritage buildings, landscape features, and other site assessments for the severance. Some municipalities also did reasonable use assessments to ensure that the lot was adequately sized for future septic systems. Next slide, please. The next policy item was the designation of non-farm use. And we felt that the non-farm designation of small residential lots creates a conflict of use in prime agricultural lands and encourages non-farm residents to purchase these properties that can lead to neighbor conflicts. When where farm uses, including livestock, are permitted on these small lots, it encourages farming owners, building reuse, farm startups, CSAs, etc., that contribute to rural revitalization, as well as a better chance of success for heritage barns. And next slide, please. The last policy item we found challenging was the mandatory change of use for buildings to not permit livestock, where a barn needs to be proven to be used for livestock housing. OMAFRA distinguishes a building capable of housing animals as one with water and stalls. By removing these items from a heritage barn, it can be proved to be an accessory or shed building rather than a livestock housing, exempting it from minimum distance separation requirements and nutrient management plans. Note that the Ontario Building Code does not distinguish the difference between an agricultural shed building or an agricultural livestock building. It only distinguishes between agricultural building, Part 9 small buildings, or Part 3 large buildings. And doing a mandatory change of use from agriculture to these other categories prevents a financially challenging case in most instances due to the costs involved and being not feasible. We would suggest that the wording become clear in the zoning bylaw and not left to interpretation by officials and OMAFRA guidelines. And lastly, next slide, please. I would like to leave you with this quote. It is possible that millions now living in North America have never seen a barn, let alone been in one. In the foreseeable future, there is more than a possibility that for many, the kind of barn illustrated in these pages will not be there to be seen. Too often, we see these historic structures in poor condition, with loose boards flapping in the wind, roofs caved in, or just the massive timbers decaying in the ground. We realize that not all barns can be saved, but on behalf of Ontario Barn Preservation, we would encourage you to help find ways to prevent the further unnecessary demolition of our heritage barns, especially in relation to surplus farm dwelling severances. It is our hope that barns of significant cultural heritage value are conserved for future generations. I'd like to thank you for your time here today, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, Wesley, and I'm sure you have a contact. Did you leave your contact? If we wanted to follow up, somebody wanted to follow up with you as well?
I can provide that to the clerk, who can provide that to you folks as well, if you like.
Because I'll just make a couple of comments, then I'll go to questions here from the from council there. I like your vigor. As a farmer, I have 3 barns, and one is in our family name, dates back to 1862. And I'll tell you, it just makes me cry when I see a barn being torn down or it's fallen down because of, and I know there's it's a lot of upkeep to keep these old barns going and that sort of thing. But I certainly like your idea. And I certainly think that, now, have you talked to the provincial government with regards to some changes to provincial policy that helps direct planning and all those kind of things?
So on our board, we actually have agricultural engineers who worked with OMAFRA. We have, I believe, 4 agricultural engineers are on our board, along with planners who worked with OMAFRA. So we have had continuing conversations with the province and OMAFRA and municipal housing, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in regard to this. In addition to that, it's a combination of the provincial policy statement on the provincial side and what that translates to in official plans at the municipal and township level. Because what we've found is that there's the provincial policy statement up here, but then when it comes down to the municipal level, both the upper and lower tiers or single tiers, we found that it comes down to the interpretation of the planners developing the strategy for the municipality where the issue is. And that was the biggest issue that we've been able to identify, is the interpretation of the policies presented through the provincial policy statement and how those policies are formulated for that municipality. So it's a combination of issues, to be blunt.
I think there needs to be some tweaking all the way along, because you got the MDS, you got animal units issues,
Absolutely.
you got all those different things that are in conflict. And also the 2005 provincial policy was where the first surplus farm dwelling policy was created. And it's sort of, we're almost 20 years after that, and here we are, and these are because it is built heritage, and I don't know from a heritage part of it or even designating them as heritage buildings, but they're built heritage that are, the start of, the whole country opening up was those barns, right? And
absolutely.
So I'll stop right there, because I'll be talking about it all day. Is there any comments? I wish to follow up with you later on this for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Wes for your presentation. I have a couple of questions, one from the perspective of a municipal councillor. If your organization has examples of language used in official plans and zoning bylaws that might be useful for us to frame something, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely, I can provide
if
something
those
to
could be provided. Secondly, as a non-farmer but owning an old barn, which dates back to 1880, we actually had John Radokovich do a report card on the barn, and it got a 7.5. So we
John's
took
the president.
Yeah, that's great. We took the necessary steps to, make sure that we weren't sure whether we should let it deteriorate or invest in keeping it. So my question related to that is the group working or is there any movement towards some kind of financial incentives for barn owners to preserve the heritage value? It's a pretty expensive proposition. And even to consider that, repurposing an old barn is also very challenging. So any advice in that respect?
Well, there's a number of ways that this can actually be done. A prime example that comes to mind is a tool actually through the Ontario Heritage Act. And it is a tool that provides a municipal tax incentive to properties that are deemed heritage by the municipality. And it also is a granting mechanism within the Ontario Heritage Act that allows municipalities to implement these processes in place. Another mechanism that we actually have in Norfolk County here is through our Economic Development Division, where there's different economic grants that are given to different individuals or business owners that are trying to develop their properties further through grants from the municipality to enable those different projects to occur that, one, are typically more expensive, two, are just starting up, or they need that extra seed money to get the project going.
Thank you very much.
Great news, great information there. And are there any other questions then from councillors on this? So I do need a motion to receive this delegation. I don't know if there's any other action out of that, but I do need a motion to receive. Councillor Little and Councillor Nielsen, just to receive the delegation from about barn preservation, and any other comments or discussions there? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to decide if I wanted to ask my two questions or not. And I think they're more staff directed. A question for our Director of Planning, if possible. My understanding when it comes to the provincial policy statement and how things cycle down is that a municipality is able to give further restrictions on planning and zoning, but cannot have less restrictions. We can't make things easier, but we can make things tighter. So when provincial policy statements come down, they kind of handcuff us. Just for clarity, am I correct in my understanding of that one?
I'll go to the Director of Planner, Michael Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Councillor Nielsen. Yes, that's essentially correct. The at the municipal level where we are kind of at the lowest tier. We have federal and provincial policies to look after, as well as county policies. So when it gets down to us, we have all of that above us. We can make our policies stricter, but we cannot go the other way. We can't loosen up a policy that's already been created at an upper tier.
Thank you. I just was making sure I understood that well. And then a different question I have is actually for the Director of Economic Development, just for confirmation purposes, to Wesley's point about economic development helping business creation stuff. Our CIP was the map of it is the entire municipality, not just specific regions. So then these kind of projects, these reservation, or if there's economic projects in revitalizing old barns, would actually apply to our CIP that exists right now in the municipality. Just wanted confirmation that that's correct.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you to Councillor Nielsen. We do not, I'm just reviewing in my head right now, the CIP, we don't have a specific grant that would be related to barn restoration, but it doesn't mean we could, if council chose, that we couldn't add that as one of the grant opportunities in our suite of tools. And right now, most of our grants are around business development and downtown revitalization, which are supporting council priorities, but it is the tool we have to provide grants, and it certainly could be something we look at moving forward should council decide they'd like to.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for that, Director of Economic Development. I will say there's three things that are sort of the part of keeping a barn. Your foundation, because it's cobble or stone, and you got to keep it pointed. And those that are in the masonry word will know what that means. And then siding or boards or whatever, and the roof, keeping the steel down or keeping it so the water gets in, it rots, the boards blow off, the wind gets up, it lifts the roof, and then if your foundation gets deteriorating, it collapses. And believe it or not, the biggest detrimental to old barns is lack of animals in it, because they're not built like without the heat. Like the animals and the manure keeps the frost out. If the frost gets in, it really adds to the foundation. There's probably a lot to know. One other comment: in Grey County, more around Euphrasia area, they have a program. I'm not sure where they have the quilt. The quilt, I forget what you call it. They have a
barn quilt.
Yes, pattern. A lot of more and more barns, and there's starting to be a barn quilt tour.
Yes.
Which then ties into economic development, which brings people for that reasons of touring. And I know it's other municipalities as well, right? Mm-hmm. So that's something. And I think they probably have barn quilt tours. Like they have probably printed ones, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Last comment, are you going to do a presentation to the County of Grey?
Yes. So what we're doing right now is we're doing a series of deputations at all the lower levels first to gauge the feedback and any questions or comments from the lower tier, then going to the upper tier, and then working our way up from there to ensure we have the most informed decision and most informed view that we possibly can through the process of doing all of this.
That's super. Okay, well, thanks for all that information. And I know this has been an interesting topic. We have a motion on the floor to receive this. And I guess if there are further resolutions or notice of motions that come from council, that can come at a different time through the planning process as we get more. And please forward your contact information.
Absolutely, okay. Will do.
Thank you for that presentation. All in favor?
Very much.
Thank you. All in favor of receiving this? Okay, that is carried. We're going to take a break. Lots of fun information today. Lots of information. What time have we got here? 2:19. Is it 11-minute work or you need 15? 2:25, 2:35, 2:20, 2:30? Tell me, make it quick because we're going to eat up.
2:30. 11 minutes works fine.
30,
okay.
30.
We'll see you at 2:30. Okay, bye. I think we got everybody back. I'm presuming, not sure about the deputy mayor there. And Councillor Velacat. I'll give her another few seconds there. There we are. Okay, we're all back and all freshened up with some tea and water, and we're good to go. Just a question to council. Before we move off this topic of barn preservation, and I'm looking just maybe through you, Councillor Little, I wonder if this is something that should go back to the impact or the heritage side, just for more information on the sense of our built heritage. And I know I look at that one picture in the presentation, you'd almost think it's in the Beaver Valley, looking at with that black barn with the background there. So I don't know your thought or other thoughts with regards to, I just think this is sort of one of those things that we do have a lot of in Grey Highlands. And is that something that we have maybe some interest of maybe carrying this on? And I see a hand up from Director of Economic Development, Harris. Michele?
Thank you so much, Mayor. During the break, I actually had a notice from the chair of our Heritage Advisory or Heritage Grey Highlands, Nancy Matthews, asking if I could pass along the information. And I know they have been looking at doing a barn project in the past. So I think you're on the right track, and I'm happy to make that connection.
Okay. Very good. So like, I guess if you're going to continue on, I just we don't need a motion or something that gives it that direction. But I know this is something that I feel is, again, it's the built heritage that we have, and it's so important for Grey Highlands and Grey County that it's just something that, and I know Nancy is quite thrilled on that as well. So that and old schoolhouses. So okay, well, as long as that's going to be carried forward, then that's good. Okay. All right. So moving on to our second page of mini. So we have item 7.1, and this is a proposal that was brought forward from, I guess, originally that came to council, and there is a motion that's on there with some options. That the proposal is in the package. With regards to the Heritage Church that's in Maxwell. I'm just waiting to my download here, and so there's options there, and there's a report from staff, a number of comments from staff. So who would like to? I don't know what you want to do. I see Councillor Allen has a hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few comments on this proposal. I read in there somewhere about that the proponents, I'll call them, said that further land was suggested that could be made available to them. I would assume that that was real estate and not any of municipal staff that made that suggestion, that they may be able to add property, adjacent property to theirs. But anyways, Committee of Adjustment, when there's a lot creation, there's a $500 parkland dedication fee collected by the municipality to go towards creating or enhancing parks in our municipality. So I find it difficult to, on one hand, be collecting money to provide parks, and in this case, the suggestion to remove parks from our municipality. But if we did decide to go with the second option and declare it surplus, the policy says that dictates how we dispose of that land. There's no guarantee that the adjacent property owners would get that property. And going by the sketch with the red line outline of the proposed area to be merged with the old church, just obviously very rough calculations, comes out to over 5,900 square meters, which in a hamlet with no services, you need 4,000 square meters to have a legal conforming lot. So it would on its own be a legal conforming lot. So I worry that if we did this, that if again, I'll call them proponents, didn't get the property, that somebody else could buy it and put up a house. So I would like to make the motion that council further direct that the subject land in question not be identified as potentially surplus to municipal needs at this present time.
Okay, is there a seconder for that then? Councilor Little, are you seconding that? Okay, so that's Councilor Allen and Councilor Little. Do you have any, okay, Councilor Little, go ahead. And the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I share Councillor Allen's concerns. I think we've all met the proponents. They make a good case for their potential business, and certainly we wish them success. But I worry too that if we declare this property surplus, along with there being no guarantee that the proponents would acquire the property, but we have no control really over that, not much control over what the purpose would be, and we'd be losing recreation land. And this is before the master recreation plan has been started. So I think it's premature to dispose of recreational property or potentially recreational property. So I guess we're going to have to deal with one thing at a time. But I'm wondering about a long-term lease of that property potential. What you define as long-term, I'm not sure. I guess that's open-ended, but not to close the door completely. I think by the policy that's coming forward, anyone can come forward and make a request, and that can be addressed on a personal basis. And the way it's presented as making this land surplus, it's impersonal. It's the open market. So yeah, I support what Councillor Allen was saying. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, no problem. I'm just looking at all the pictures and stuff. Councillor Alwood.
I share the same concerns. If that piece of property was declared surplus, I mean, I think the priorities, the county level anyways, is for affordable housing. So that's mentioned in the body of the report. And I too was wondering whether, if on our agenda today, item 9.7, a municipal land lease policy is being considered, whether leasing the property might be an option. But I would not support declaring the land surplus at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Follow up with Councillor Allen.
Yeah, going back to Councillor Little's comment about a long-term lease, I agree that leasing or renting the property is the answer. I'm not sure if I quite agree with a long-term lease, because that would potentially stop other people from using that property at any time. So perhaps it's a let us know when your events are happening, and you can book those dates, maybe a day before and a day after for setup and cleanup, but not a like a 5-year or a 1 year or anything like that. But I agree that that is probably the way to go.
Thank you. I think Deputy Mayor, did you have your hand up? I sort of missed you. I maybe sorry about that.
No worries. It's so I'm a little torn on this because I think you've got a group that's come in and they want to do they want to create or they want to participate in the economy here, and we're making it a little hard. And Councillor Little touched upon this. The way we dispose of property right now is very impersonal, and maybe this is not the conversation for right now, but I would like to see something that speaks to it a little bit, because if someone comes in, and this is going back to maintaining small government, and someone comes in and says, well, listen, I've got an idea, I need this piece of municipal property for it, can we work something out? I think the municipality should be able to engage in those discussions rather than say, well, we're going to put it up for sale to the public and anyone can come in and kibosh your plans that you've worked on. So I think we do need to revisit that, and perhaps that's a conversation for a different time. But that's why I'm struggling with this, because I feel that it brings a business that doesn't necessarily exist right now in Grey Highlands, and I would like to see that business flourish and come to Grey Highlands and stay in Grey Highlands. So I'm a little torn on this, but I can understand the points opposed as well. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And are there any other questions or comments? I guess the question I have, maybe what's been raised here to staff, is are we able to rent that out for a weekend or for a particular time? Do we allow that? And if we don't, maybe we have to look at that. So at least in the short term, that is something that could possibly work. Oh, Madam Clerk, there you are. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. So at the present time, we are working on the Recreation Master Plan. We have just hired a recreation manager who's to start within the next couple of weeks. And I believe that is one of the things that he will be working on. And Director Harris can correct me if I'm wrong on that. At the present time, we don't have a fee structure in place for renting of those open space type locations. But I'm sure that will be something that will be forthcoming when the Recreation Master Plan is developed.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I think maybe going back to what Councillor Allen is saying is that way in the short term, it allows other people to use it, but then you can book it in and they can still continue their business, as what Deputy Mayor is saying, as in the sense of a small business and moving forward. Any other questions or comments? I think going back to Councillor Allen, maybe at the last presentation, I might have made a comment about expanding their land. And the only reason I would have said that, if you look at page 20 of 32, one thing I've noted over the years on church properties and school properties, they don't have a lot of land. And I know there was a school near Portlaw a few years back where the individual expanded it was an old one-room schoolhouse that they expanded the land, and they made a deal with the neighboring property. And the only reason I might have raised it or made the note last time they came was, if you look at page 20, now the assessment mapping aren't perfect there, but generally saying and I remember asking the question at the time before, there's not a lot of property they own on the north side of the church. And the point I was raising is, and could they expand that out enough that at least they could, if they had to, work on that side, or maybe, halfway between it and the ball diamond fence, just to give them a little bit more space in order to, have access to that side of the church. And that, if you go to another similar to on page 22, if you look at their proposal, but you look at the line, now I'm suggesting it's not right on, but there's not a lot of space to the north side of that building. And I wondered if we are able to, as a municipality, work with them in the sense of adjusting that boundary to give them enough setback from their building. And that was where I had maybe raised that part. That's where I was coming from. Just because way back when those lots were created for churches and schools, they didn't think about septic systems. They had an outhouse, right? So they were small. And also when they were given up, the farmer at the time that was giving them up was giving up the littlest land that he or she were giving up. So they were quite small and in that sense. So that was again where I was coming from in that sense. So okay, so we have a motion on the floor that option that we state, and council further directs the subject plan in question not to identify as potential surplus that municipality needs at this present time. And that was moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Little. Any further discussion on that right now? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question for Madam Clerk. When it comes to our policy that we have on disposition of land, and Deputy Mayor's point to taking in different circumstances into account during that process, and if somebody came with a project, council as a directive could always waive the policies, right? And directly sell. Now, I'm realizing that would look terrible, and I'm just more asking a question for information purposes. The council would have the ability to waive the land disposition of land policy to sell to a specific individual.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Nielsen. That's correct. Council always has the opportunity to waive the requirements of a policy, keeping in mind that the policies are put in place to maintain fairness, openness, and transparency for the rest of the public in attendance. So weighing the public good versus the private individual needs is paramount in making those kinds of decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Councillor Nielsen. It has happened in the past that council has waived that policy. Okay, seeing no further discussion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Little.
Yeah, a question that came up when I was thinking about this was, if we do decide to dispose of municipal land, and I guess council has discretion, but is the criteria really the highest bidder? Is that how does that work?
Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Little. So the policy requires an option of 4 different methods of disposal. One of them is a direct sale of land with other government agencies. Or a direct sale or land exchanges with other governmental agencies. The second one is marketing and accepting sealed offers. The third one is a listing agreement with a licensed real estate broker. And the fourth is a public auction with a minimum bid reserve amount. So the fourth one is more in keeping with kind of what our tax sale would go, which would mean you'd probably take the highest bidder. But when it comes to the real estate brokerage, it's based on the offers that are presented. It's not always about money. There's other things that could be taken into consideration. And then marketing and accepting sealed offers. There's nothing in the policy that says you have to accept the highest bid. I don't.
Could be something with a bit of a business plan too. Councillor Little.
Yeah, I was thinking that if we were marketing a piece of municipal property, and we could stipulate what criteria the potential purchaser would have to meet besides a dollar amount.
Right. Some would suggested that maybe when Talisman was sold, it was given away if somebody was going to spend $30 million, but that's a business plan, right? That was like a plan that somebody's going to invest to, right? So, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. In relation to the minimum amount, though, it does say that we can't release it for anything less than the appraised value of the land.
So somewhere along there, you have to have an appraisal.
Yes.
Right.
It is required.
Yep. Okay. All right. So the motion's on the floor. Any last comments then? Another good discussion there. Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, moving on then to item 7.2. This is with regards to the CIP. Michele, do you have anything other than, well, I guess the report's there. I always find that Michele has that colorful way of adding to it.
Thank you, Mayor. This was actually Krista's report, so I think the report speaks for itself, but I'm going to let her answer any questions if council, and I'm here as always if required.
Okay. All right. Well, Krista's here for that. It's pretty straightforward. Is there any comments or questions, or would somebody like to move the recommendations? Councillor Little. Councillor Little, you're moving it? Okay, you not to speak. Okay, so move by Councillor Little. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Allwood. Any discussion on that report? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, well, that's a quick one. Item 7.3, the Raglan Street extension. Again, this is one with some options. We don't have a presentation explaining it other than what's in the report. I know the Director of Transportation would probably be available to answer any questions. My question would be on the map once I pull it up here. And basically you go straight to the map. I'm going to page 5 of 8. And my question is that 4 lots? I think it said something about 4 lots, or is that 2? Because if you go to the map previous, the further 2 lots look like they've been rolled into one bigger lot. And so it says here owned by Charlie and owned by Charlie, and it looks like one big, but 4 lots is, I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, Director of Transportation, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. It's a interesting question you asked this. If you go to the page before, page 4 of 8, that is the lot configuration as it is today.
Right.
Okay. There is no severance.
Okay.
It's you can clearly see the road within the 2 properties. It's a bush area. It's an unmaintained road allowance with no road construction or a trail. The developer is wishing to proceed with which is shown on page 5 of 8. As you brought up, there is an indication of a future severance or a severance as part of this, and through speaking with the Director of Planning to the developer, the property owner currently does not want to proceed with a severance at this time. To move ahead with this proposal, it does not, as far as the cul-de-sac, it doesn't comply with our current policies and standards, our municipal development standards. With those indicate that the road should be connected all the way through to Increment Street. That's it's rock and hard spot for this issue, but there would be, if council approves this cul-de-sac, there still will be a minor variance that's required for a severance to take the ownership of the bulb of the cul-de-sac off the private property and add them to the municipal road allowance. So it's again, this is another step of a future planning applications that will be required by the developer. Michael, that may be a good asset to explain further as far as the planning requirements for this application.
So just before you leave there, so did you say, and maybe I didn't catch it, that you originally looked at bringing the road right through, but the 2 other property owners weren't interested in severing their 2 lots? Is that what you were saying?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, this is a municipal property. This is the old right-of-ways that were set many, many years ago when the village or hamlet of Eugenia was set many, many years ago. So these are municipal properties to develop on these house lots or these building lots. They need to build the road within the road allowance, which if you were to build the road straight through, that would be compliant with current policies and development standards. The developer in this case doesn't wish to build the road all the way through and is wishing to install a dead turnaround cul-de-sac style road.
So cul-de-sacs, they're not in our current design standard. Is that what you said? They're not in our current design standard?
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. So they are in our current cul-de-sac standard, or sorry, development standards. Our current policy identifies if you wish to develop a road, you have to build the road, the full frontage of the right-of-way, connecting to the nearest road allowance. Cul-de-sacs are not desirable from the transportation related. It's problematic for snow removal. Currently, our snow plows only have a one-way on it. It doesn't reverse, and so all of the snow in that cul-de-sac would come to the right side, and thus impact the homeowner of that property. So,
right. I know at the county they tried it now at the planning department at the county with subdivisions. They try to stay away from cul-de-sac as well.
And that's consistent with our development standards.
Yeah. Did you say that, before I go to questions, that our director of planning would also have comments, or did you wish to direct me to him as well?
That's at council's discretion.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take Councillor Allen's comment, and I may come back to our director of planning. Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a question for the Director of Transportation. The cul-de-sac, the turnaround, the bulb, whatever we want to call it, to me is going to cost, it will cost more money to do that. Not only the minor variances to take property and add to the municipal, but that'll have to be all paved. And so that probably pays for at least another lot depth going through there. So you're almost to the other end anyways. But I think my main concern is with Eugenia and the drainage problems, that all the snow that gets stockpiled there, and then suddenly we have a 20-degree day and rain, that all that water is going to go into the adjacent lots. And to me, that isn't fair to those property owners along there, and perhaps potential different property owners right beside where that bulb is going to be is proposed. So I like the idea of that road carrying on right through. So I guess I said there was a question for the director, but I think I kind of walked through and convinced myself with the answers, but I will get it right from the expert. Thank you.
Well, just before you leave, Councillor Allen, are you saying that the cost in your mind to build the cul-de-sac would build one more lot frontage? Is that what you're?
Well, it would pay for some of it, whether it's one lot's worth or something. It's definitely going to pay for some of it.
Okay, I see that. Thank you. I see the director's back. Go ahead, Director Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Allen. I can't contribute the actual cost of building the cul-de-sac. We're really just talking about an added 85 meters to the to build the roads right through to Increment Street. Clayton Capes, which is the engineer for the developer, he's aware of the costs, and he's providing this proposal as the best fit for his developer. I believe that's the best way to explain that. In regards to the drainage issue, as you can see in the Burnside peer review comments, I believe item number 4 has identified the Eugenia surface drainage study. Clapes Engineering is aware of this report, and In a previous conversation with the engineer, he's identified LIDs, which is low impact development stormwater controls, that could minimize the impacts of the development of the houses on the lots. It will not minimize the snow storage or snow element from the road construction. So you still will have some increase of stormwater flows based on the amount of snow that's built on the road.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Allen, before I go to other questions? Okay. Councillor Allwood, thank you, Director Lemon. You're on mute. You're on mute, Councillor Allwood.
Sorry, apologize for that. On page 5 of the presentation there that has the cul-de-sac, the lots, I guess, to the east of the cul-de-sac, it looks like there's 4 lots there, and in the previous page, it looks like it's one big lot. Are those lots of record right now, or is that further lot creation that could be considered if the road goes right through?
I guess that's to Director Lemon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is, it's what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? You create the lots first, or you build the road. So in this case, you need to build the road. The developer has contacted Mr. Benner, our Director of Planning, and communicated that he's not proceeding with completing the severances as of yet. So what's shown in page 4 of the report is what it currently exists as far as the lot configuration. What shows in page 5 is the engineer's road construction element of what the developer would like to do. And yes, it does indicate there's a future severance coming, but as we are today, the developer's indicated he's not proceeding with a severance.
Go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, my question wasn't actually to the 4 lots or the proposed 4 lots on the developer's property, but the lots to the east of those, I guess, closer to Inkerman Street, are shown as one large lot on page, or are shown as large lots rather on page 4. And on page 5, it looks like there could be 4 lots there. I wonder if those were existing lots of records, or those are potential future severances. If that's any clearer. I'm not sure if the planner or the Director of Transportation can speak to that, but
that might be more Michael's question. So, good afternoon, Michael. You understand the question?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. The lots that are to the east of the cul-de-sac that are not owned by Mr. Rasmussen. You're right, and on page 5, it's just showing a potential that you could probably also sever those lots if you had road frontage. I don't think I haven't received anything from those owners. Perhaps Mr. Capes or Mr. Rasmussen has spoken to them, but I think that drawing number 5 on page 5 is from the engineer. So I think he's just trying to visualize what could potentially happen if you had that in place.
Okay, Councillor Allwood, do you have a further follow-up to that?
no, I'd be willing to make a motion if there's no other comments from council, but I see that Councillor Little has raised her hand, so I'll hold my motion at this point.
So just before I go to Councillor Little, I think the clerk has some information that she wishes to share or trying to share. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to direct you to an email that I forwarded. The proponent had sent through information late Thursday night that at that time it got flagged as a to-do and never got to done. So I have forwarded that to you. It is a petition of the neighbors in the area that, according to Mr. Rasmussen, they would prefer the cul-de-sac as opposed to going straight through. But it is just the information that was forwarded on Thursday night, so you have that information.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I was looking for it, and just when you just So it just popped into my inbox. So it got done. Okay, so if you want to take a couple seconds to look at that as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that. I think Councillor Little, you wanted to speak next. Go ahead.
That was just interesting, that letter, because my question was around public notice. You know, there's lots of situations where there's has to be notification going out to neighboring property owners, and I just wondered if that was a requirement in this case. How do people that live in the area, I guess word of mouth has gotten around, but is there any requirement on the municipality's part to notify people that this is a potential change? Thank you.
Well, so I guess going back to the Director of Transportation, or maybe like if we are proposing road work, I guess whether you're going from summertime to year-round time or all complete new construction, or maybe this is the clerk, is there a process to doing that notification, or because we own the lands, we can do that? Like, is there a process that Director Lemon, as asked by Councilor Little?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Little. This is it's a bit of the gray area. Typically on a project like this, you have a planning application, and to develop the lots in a severance process, there is public consultation through the minor variance application process. There is also a zoning bylaw amendment that's required, and Michael Benner, maybe better to explain that for future severance use. But building the road within a municipal road allowance, it requires an agreement between a developer and a municipality, in which the council would sign off a part of it. So that would be your public consultation process for this. There's kind of 3 different ways it can come up, and here we are today is just requesting council's direction on how to accept the future road construction of this roadway.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. And we've done that in the past where we've taken municipal roads and brought them up to municipal standard at the cost of the proponent to create lots or get access lots that need to be on a year-round basis. So, Councilor Little, did that answer your question?
So I'm just understanding that there's no public, no requirement for public consultation or notification triggered by, because there's no severance application, there's no zoning bylaw amendment application. So there's nothing triggering that requirement. So, but it would be a significant change. So I'm just wondering.
But I think for clarity, Councilor Little, maybe we'll get this clarity from Director Benner. They will probably make an application for the severance first before they go to all the work of probably building it to make sure they have the lots, right? Because right now it's 2 lots and they want to create 4, right? I see the clerk's got her hand up.
Sorry, Your Worship, we're being asked to approve this before we have that information.
Well, that's something I think maybe the clarity is I think if I was, or anybody else was building that road, they want to make sure they get the lots first before you go to the work. But I'm going to go to the clerk. The clerk's got her hand up here for some clarity. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council does have in effect a public notice policy. And one of the things in the public notice policy includes highway closing or altering procedures. So in order to open a road to the public, there's a bylaw that's required, and we are required to post public notice of the intent to pass a bylaw in relation to altering a municipal highway, which would be a road.
That public notice is through the same as the planning, or is that just a publication?
It's the manner and timing includes to publish once at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting in the local newspaper which serves the area affected, post on the website for at least 1 month, and notice to all ratepayers fronting the proposed closure either personally or mailed to the last known address of the owner, and notice to an abutting municipality if applicable, and a post at the municipal office.
Is it appealable if somebody was opposed to municipality doing that? Or is it just a notice process?
This is just our notice process, Your Worship.
Okay. Sorry about that, Councillor Little. A little bit more information there.
I think what we're being asked to do is make a decision on whether to go ahead with the cul-de-sac or the full road. And the only notice then would be that we're planning on doing this.
So you raise a good point, and I'm wondering, we need to bring Michael into the picture here first on the planning part, because I've seen it before where sometimes council will approve in principle subject to, right? So I'm going to bring Michael into this. Michael, you understand Councillor Little is the question, why would we approve something if there's other steps in the play? So Michael.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are certainly processes that need to occur, and this one's out of the ordinary because we have the applicants who are thinking sometime down the road of severing the lots, but they just want to create the road first, and that is unusual. Typically, you would have a fulsome development proposal that would show, this is what I want to do. I want to sever the lots, do that, I need to build a road, and that sort of thing. And that application, as council is very aware, triggers a very fulsome public process. I think at this point, what staff is really looking for is some direction in terms of whether or not a cul-de-sac scenario is okay with council, or if council would prefer a through road. With that in place, once we know that direction, and perhaps there's another step we need to take, maybe we need to circulate to the neighborhood to provide that information to council before you can make that decision. But once that decision is in place, then that will inform Mr. Rasmussen, the developer, as to how he wants to proceed.
Is the word in principle fit in there? So council supports this over that principle, but maybe that's the wrong phrase. I don't know.
I think to you, Mr. Mayor, in looking at this further, it would be very good to know, we have that email now from the developer about the neighboring properties, but perhaps there's something a little bit further that we need to do, a bit of a circulation to the abutting property owners just to determine what their will is, and then come back to council for a decision.
Okay, we'll hold that right there. Thank you for that information. I have Councillor Allwood that has some comments too, so let's continue to talk about this. Go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship. So I too was concerned about the public input aspect of either of these issues, and I would assume if the cul-de-sac option were to be pursued, it would involve a minor variance, and through the committee of adjustment, there's a public process associated with that. But as the Director of Transportation has mentioned, which would be if anything is going to happen here, the preferred option would be to put the road right through the increment. But I wouldn't feel comfortable with council approving that without public input at this point. So I wonder if we could move the second option subject to a public planning, or defer the second option subject to a public planning meeting.
Okay. Do you wish to move something like that?
I'd be willing to move something like that if the planner can confirm that we can do that. Sure.
Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly appreciate Councillor Allwood's comments. I think they're wise. However, without a planning application in front of us, we can't have a public planning meeting. We could still have a public planning hearing. We still have a public meeting under the policies that the clerk mentioned earlier. And with those, then we could certainly reach out to neighboring property owners and others.
Okay.
Just the wording. Just the wording of what kind of meeting it would be.
I will say that, Michael, if council said, yeah, okay, a cul-de-sac is fine, but before you were ever to build it, it's going to have to go through a planning process because you're going to have to take those lands and give it to the municipality. So you are going to be going through a process. And at that process, people may say, no, I don't support that cul-de-sac. I don't support that. That is like a secondary way of, but I understand what council's saying is they don't know from a public perspective if council supports a cul-de-sac, is that in the best interest of the public versus, is I think some of us have said straight through makes more sense, right? So Councillor Alwood, you were talking about stopping first to get public input. As the clerk has sort of said, is that what you're thinking about?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I mean, I'm just wondering what the correct wording of the motion needs to be at this point to satisfy. We don't have a planning application that says the developer wants to put that road through. We do have an opinion from our transportation director that if a road were to, if we were considering an option, the second option might be the preferred option. And if I heard the director rightly, the municipality could choose to open that road allowance without a developer's input. But again, I'm looking for perhaps the clerk could help me out with some potential wording on a motion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you raised the point that we do have a public process. Do you have some assistance to help Councillor Elwood in drafting a motion?
This is really outside of my wheelhouse. I would lean on Director Lemon in this regard. However, I think what the intent of the discussion thus far has been was more along the lines of that staff proceed with researching the viability of this option as the preferred method over the other option. But I would defer to Director Lemon on what your intent is, as this is extremely outside of my wheelhouse.
Well, or we can always take a 5-minute break because we have no motion on to craft a proper motion if you need more time or staff needs more time to think about it. You can just putting it out there for that option. Well,
I think we need more clarity from who's moving the motion, what their intent is.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Elwood. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Councillor Elwood.
Well, I'll have a go at it. I mean, I think we should direct staff to explore the possibility of a full extension of Raglan Street from Evans Avenue Street Road allowance through to Inkerman Street and through a public
commenting process.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, the last part of that was, Your Worship.
Through a proper commenting process or a public
commenting process. Yeah, that would work.
Okay. Does that work, Madam Clerk? Is the wording? And I asked for a seconder. Is there a seconder out there that has a second that intent? Councillor Little. Okay. Director Lemon, do you have comments to that idea of a motion? The motion that's sort of on the floor.
Sorry to pop in there. Thank you for allowing me to provide comments. Development pays for development is kind of the element where our current policies meet. From a municipal perspective, we have an unmaintained right-of-way. That's what it's been for many, many years. Our current policies identify that the road should be built all the way through. Right now, you have a developer requesting council's suggestion on providing so it doesn't have to comply with our current policies. That's what you're being asked here today. That's from the planning report that's in front of you, staff reports in front of you. So if development pays for development, council just needs to give direction to make the developer build the road right to and not accept the cul-de-sac. Or if you're going to accept the cul-de-sac, then the minor variance process becomes your public input because again, there's a severance that has to happen after that. So I hope that provides a little more clarification from a municipal perspective. Right now, we have no purpose to build a road on that unopened, unmaintained right of way.
Nor would we take the expenditures to do that. Councillor Albert.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the part of the exploration of the of a full extension of Raglan Street through the would be a discussion with the developer. And if the developer doesn't want to move ahead with it, then the municipality doesn't have to do much. But in not approving the in not at this time approving the cul-de-sac, at least he's clear on that position.
Yeah, and I think, as the director has said, is that a straight through is our policy. Cul-de-sacs aren't our policy, and if council wants to go against our policy, you just have to say so, and then that allows the developer then to go through the planning process as he had mentioned there itself. So, okay, so you did put a motion on the floor, Madam Clerk. Did you capture how that was worded, just so I can repeat what's on the floor?
Unfortunately, Your Worship, I was crafting it as the speaking was happening, and I missed the part about the public meeting. So all I got is that council directs staff to explore the full extension of Raglan Street from Evans Street through to Inkerman Street, and then there was something about a public meeting, but I missed that part.
And to something about to go through a public commenting process. I think it was it not, Councillor Allen?
Councillor Allwood, yes. Sorry,
I mean,
with the appropriate public
input,
consultation.
Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Just trying to help.
So that council directs staff to explore the full extension of Raglan Street from Evans Street through to Inkerman Street with appropriate public consultation.
Okay, and that was, I think, second by Councillor Allen, right?
Councillor Little seconded.
Sorry, Councillor Little, sorry. It's been a long day already. I'm messing up here. Councillor Little. Okay, and I think Councillor Nielsen, you had a question before. Did you not have a question, Councillor Nielsen, before Councillor Little? Yeah. Okay, and then I'll go to Councillor Little.
Can I just clarify that motion as I'm the seconder?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Go ahead.
The wording of the end is changed a little bit from what I think was said before. And I'm wondering if that.
It wasn't intentional, Councillor Little, so if you've got a better recollection of it.
No, I just think it's a little bit vague for staff, the way it is right now. What's appropriate and who gets consulted, and, you know, I think we have to be more clear. That's my opinion.
That's a good point. So, Madam Clerk, you popped up. I'm writing down here what points.
Should we say in accordance with the public notice policy for altering a highway? Or did you want a public meeting inviting all the people?
Councillor Little,
notice and accepting comments.
From my perspective, it's keep it simple, but allow the opportunity for people to express their opinion. So I'm not sure I haven't heard of the public notice policy before. Maybe Madam Clerk can just say what's involved in that. Like what is the, who gets notified and what venue is there for expressing concerns or?
Certainly. So in relation to altering procedures for altering a highway, which is a roadway, there is a public notice process which requires the form, which would include description of the and purpose of the proposed meeting. So what's being proposed for the alteration, what legislative authority we have to do this proposed legislation, the date, time, and location of a meeting that council will decide. So this is really in relation to the bylaws that would be required to assume the highway for public use. But if you wanted to incorporate that kind of notice into what you want here in advance of going to that, that's what I was saying, is by following the guidelines of the public notice policy, where you can submit written comments, contact information, and then again, it has to be published in the newspaper, on the website, and notice to all ratepayers fronting the proposed road, either personally or mailed to the last known address.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That makes sense to me, using that policy and referencing that policy in the motion.
Okay, Councillor Allwood.
So I'm fine with that. And again, I'd like to reiterate that, part of this exploration process is contacting the developer. If there's no interest in and his part, then we can stand down. But if that is the intent, and development pays for the road extension, and before we can even approve that, we need public input. So I believe the motion as worded and seconded by Councilor Little does establish that as what we're voting on today. So we're saying the cul-de-sac is not on the table. If you want to go ahead, we need the road to go right through, subject to public input and developer approval.
Well, I'm going to get the clerk to post it so we see it, so we're all clear.
Yep.
And because it is so important for staff to give staff direction, and we want to make sure that we're clear on our motions, right? So just take your time here, Madam Clerk, when you have it ready. In the chat. Oh, there we are.
So as worded, it says the council directs staff to explore the full extension of Raglan Street from Evans Street through to Inkerman Street with appropriate public consultation following the manner of notice provided for altering highway procedures in the public notice policy.
The mover and the second are okay with that wording then? I think that's clear, right? Okay. All right, so there is the motion on the floor. Thank you, everyone, Madam Clerk, for that. Questions? Any questions to that? So the only comment I'm going to make is obviously, and just from the information that we received. So the email that we got sent to us just a few minutes ago from the proponent is saying that not everybody's in support of going through, but they support the cul-de-sac. But I guess the developer wants to move forward because he's trying to find the best solution that works for everybody. We're saying our policy is to move it straight forward, which I think is our policy in play. So just in the sense that we'll move through that process of asking it to be brought forward through a public process of consultation. And I guess the thing is this time frame, if this motion passes, we looking at putting something, is that on, I guess that's our dime. I guess we sort of host that, and I guess the time frame around that, do we need to put a time frame on there, or sorry to you, Director Lemon, do you need any time frame, or if this motion passed, you will sort of move toward that through Michael? Is that a Michael process as well through planning, or just some clarity there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'm not aware of this public process for type of development. I would assume we follow the planning application process and be a part of their public meeting process.
Okay, so do you need a time frame in there to give you direction, or do you feel that the direction there is, if this passes, then you'll proceed through other staff people, you'll proceed with that direction then?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in the best interest of the developer in this case of wanting to move forward as quickly as possible, I would suggest it be a part of the next planning meeting. That would be time frame for me myself.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you for that clarity. Okay, there's the motion, everyone. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? Unsure? That's carried. Okay. All right, so that's the direction there for now. It's not saying no, it's not saying yes, it's just getting some clarity from the public of the direction that our policies that we have here in the municipality. Okay, moving forward then, mutual aid, 7.4, mutual aid and assistance agreement for Ontario water and wastewater. There's a request here that there's two options. So I remember reading the report. I don't know if Sean wants to speak to this or not. It may make sense. Any questions, or would somebody like to? Let me just pull it up here. Just double check. There are two options, whether we do or don't. But Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I think on 7.4, there's just the one option.
Okay, I'm just looking at, I was looking at page 2, it says option 1 or option 2, but anyway.
Sorry. Well, I'm happy to move the recommended motion, Your Worship.
Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nielsen? Okay. So that is on the floor. Any discussion on that? John always gets the easy ones, eh? Seeing there's no discussion, all in favor? That is carried. There you go. All right. What time is that? So I'm just keeping an eye on that 4 o'clock window, so we'll keep going. I'm looking at maybe stopping just before our closed session to be ready for that closed session at 4 o'clock. So we'll keep that in mind. We're at the consent agenda. Are there any of those items on the consent agenda which needs to be pulled? There are 12 items. Councillor Little?
810, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Little. Okay. Councillor Alwick?
I think we should pull 811.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other to be pulled? I don't know. There is 812 that we should speak to. Like, you know, there's a lot of work goes into those reports, and maybe Councillor Balaket, maybe you were going to speak to that one. Do you want me to pull that, or you just want to speak to it when in the consent? I think it's just as long as you talk to it.
Yeah, just to talk to it. So, yeah, I will speak to it. I don't know if we need to pull it.
No, I don't think we need to pull it either. So, okay, last call. Are there any other items to be pulled? Okay, seeing none, then can I have a mover and a seconder for the remaining consent agenda? Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Balaket. Discussion. Councillor Little, and then Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question on 8.7, which was the crematorium.
Right.
And I wondered if, I don't believe at the hearing we heard that there were any public comments. I just wondered if any public comments had been received.
Okay, so this is Matt, but I don't know if Matt's here. So Michael, do you have any comments there on 8.7?
Through Mr. Mayor, just looking at his report and then looking back at the meeting minutes, I don't believe there were any other comments other than the earlier council discussions on it, and the deputations. Beyond that, I don't think there are any other public comments.
Okay, I'll go this thing. Councillor Allen or Little, sorry, Councillor Little.
Thank you. Yeah, I have other questions, but I'll ask later.
Okay. All right. Councillor Nielsen, sorry, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just thought it was appropriate to speak on the Police Services Board minutes. I'm not sure if everybody had an opportunity to go through them, as exciting as it always is to look at some of our small group minutes. One motion I did want to bring forward to your attention, just so everybody was clear what happened at the Police Services Board, was there was a discussion about the proposed new gun law legislation in Canada, and further to how the federal government is passing on the handgun restrictions onto the municipalities. The Police Services Board did vote to send a notice to the federal government, as well as MPs and MPPs in our area, that we are not supporting that motion. It does make for undefined and unclear gun laws across the province and as well as across the country. By having different municipalities bring in their own legislations, you could have a legal law-abiding citizen in Grey Highlands trying to travel to a legal sports location and have issues in doing so. So the PSB wanted to make clear that our position was that it didn't make sense to have this bypass the Ontario provincial government and go right to the municipalities where there could be some, unclear delegation of authority and what's legal, what's not legal as you're trying to transverse through the municipalities of Ontario. So I just want to make sure everybody was up to speed on that one and understood the motion that was presented.
Okay, I don't know if there's any questions. And I think also just to add to that, it gives the authority to the municipalities if they wish to put bylaws in place, right? So it's not mandatory that they have to, but okay, good. Thanks for bringing that up. Anything else as far as discussion on the consent agenda? Go ahead, Councillor Belicat.
Thank you, through you, the chair. So I would like to congratulate the waste diversion staff for a great report. It, not only were there the obstacles of COVID, there have been staffing changes, and as well as I would suggest we're in this kind of murky space where we're moving from our system that we're used to now. Can you guys hear piglets in the background screaming? They're very, very hungry. We're moving to consumer, where the consumer is responsible for the waste. So congratulations. What I would like to point out is the last page in which we look to the future. And I think that there's many opportunities moving forward to look into some of these, maybe not so much the picnics, but certainly in particular, I'm excited to see things like on-site education. So congratulations to the team.
You can have a picnic at the landfill, can't you?
No thanks.
Right. Well, thank you for raising that. And I was reading through the report. It's interesting how waste and recycling is up from was up in 2020 versus 2019. So you can tell we're staying home more and generating more waste just because of, I guess we're not giving it to somebody else when we're out and about. So interesting there. Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Belicat. And yeah, kudos to staff on that. Councillor Little.
Just a question on 8.8, which was ZEB 13/2021. And there was a lot of discussion around closing the entrance, which is off of Napoleon Street. And I wonder if that will be included in the site plan agreement.
Michael?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Little. Yes, that's something that we will look at that through the site plan agreement. That's something that really site plan agreements are good at. So we just include that as one of the clauses in the agreement.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. No other discussions then on the consent? Seeing none, all in favor of the consent report? That's carried. Okay. So going back to the items that were pulled was, I think there was two, and that was to start off with 8.10, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there was something in the, I'm not going to be able to find it right now. It's probably in the bylaw section, but in the section, I think it was the very last section on cabins, there is a bit of confusion with what's already going on in the municipality and the way cabins are described in the bylaw. And it looks like Michael's going to speak to it. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Little. Michael, cabins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not so much in the planning report, but actually in the bylaw itself. When you look at that under section 3 of the bylaw, it describes cabins, and it basically says where you can and can't use cabins or have cabins and how you can use them. One of the things that has been inserted into the bylaw, which to be honest, I'm not sure what direction we received from council on it. It just came up now. Thank you Councillor Little for bringing it forward, was whether or not a cabin is permitted to be used for short-term accommodations. I and Matt thought that council said, no, we can't use cabins for short-term accommodations. Other staff say we can use cabins for short-term accommodations. And with everything going on, I have to apologize. I totally missed out on finding out this detail prior to this coming back to council. So now, I guess I'm throwing myself upon your table, asking you if you could give us some direction on cabins as short-term accommodations.
Okay, wow. Get to work. Councillor Valaket. Don't leave, Michael.
Sorry, I have a mouse that's not cooperating with me today. It doesn't like my mute button. Apologies. So I have been pondering this issue myself after our COW in which we discussed this on one of my social media feeds. I saw essentially, really, which is a short-term accommodation, stayed within a cabin. And so I started thinking how it would apply to our community. And where I ended up sticking was that from a short-term accommodation perspective, I believe a cabin falls into that definition. And as I recall, we had also talked about
Yerks.
Yes, and so
Yeah.
what I get, it's murky. So now we're starting to talk about permanent tents as well. Is that a cabin? But I think there certainly are benefits to us classifying them as short-term accommodation, because frankly, I think it's going to happen.
Providing the
what I have to
cabin has a washroom or something, right?
That's right. So yeah, I threw somebody up on my back 40 in a deer in a deer blind and call it a cabin.
Right. Okay. Councillor Nielsen has a comment. Thank you, Councillor Valaket. And then Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the things too, when it comes to cabins, is there's a lot of pushes in different directions when it comes to short-term accommodation and what it can mean. Eco-friendly stays are another thing that people are wanting to do. So a cabin doesn't have to have, running water and electricity to it. The definition states it can or cannot contain a heating facility, sanitary facilities. Yes, a cabin could be a seasonal short-term accommodation, but it still allows for that eco experience people are looking for. I think it would be narrow-minded to block that option off for future use.
Right, especially the rustic part of it. Councillor Little, the experience.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think Michele also said that we actually have licensed already some cabins for short-term accommodation, or they're in the process. So I mean, it's a practice that's that we're permitting already. And Councillor Nielsen and I were part of the task force that was looking at the short-term accommodation. It was a great group and very thorough. And this was something that was not really identified or prohibited. They wanted it prohibited. So I think because it's already existing and in place, and for all the other reasons mentioned, that it should be included in the bylaw that it's a permitted use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alwitt.
Thank you, Your Worship. I mean, our short-term accommodation has a licensing and inspection aspect to it. So if a cabin meets or conforms to that licensing and inspection and safety issues that are associated with our SDA policy, then I see no reason that a cabin couldn't be, but it would have to be licensed and inspected and have all of the required safety aspects dealt with.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't have any comments there. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to point out, I mean, if we consider not allowing cabins to be used as short-term accommodation, we're getting into some really murky territory. as Councillor Allwood mentioned, it's something that's currently permitted. There's a permit process to make sure that it is a viable accommodation unit, if you will. So we can't get into telling people how they can use a structure on their own property. I think that's a bit of an overreach. So I'm glad to hear the opinions are on the table today. And I just want to say I agree with those opinions. Thank you.
So Deputy Mayor, I got my barn booked for the next 2 weeks for accommodations. Just kidding.
As long as you've got a permit.
It's
That's
Bessie
right.
and Betty.
As long as it's registered, the cows don't mind. Okay. Well, that's good discussion. Michael, did you get enough direction there, I think?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and with council's indulgence, perhaps we'll pull the bylaw, so it's not on this agenda, and then we'll come back with an updated bylaw that removes that restriction on cabins for short-term accommodations.
Okay. So then, okay, so we won't, okay, so we'll pull that. That's 044 is that bylaw. Okay. Did just a quick question. Did you get the details worked around the farm cluster and the 1 acre lots? I'm trying to read something here where it says something about lot sizes should not result in prohibiting uses on lots adequate size to accommodate use. But I know there was some discussion of when they were created. Some of them were created when there were smaller lots, but I think we came to the conclusion that we would still allow it. And then go ahead.
Because yes, Mr. Mayor, we've been able to address that.
And then the farm clustering, and there were some maybe there are less details and more details. Maybe that'd be more confusing. Okay, very good. Good discussion. You got some clarity there. We're going to pull the bylaw to get that clarity in there. That's good. Okay, so I do need a motion then. So okay, so the it was pulled, the report. Councillor Little, you pulled that. So Councillor Little, do you still wish to support that?
So I think we could just move to receive the planning report and then pull the bylaw.
Okay, very good. Yeah, that's very good to receive. So can I have a seconder to receive that, please? Councillor Nielsen. Okay. Any further discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor of that then? Okay, that's carried. So then that's good. And so that'll come, that housekeeping, Michael, can be done, and then we can bring it to the next meeting, the bylaw, if we pull the bylaw this time. Okay, so it's, I'm sure there are people waiting, watching, looking forward to having that in place, but anyway, we're very, very close there for sure. Okay, then Councillor Allwood, 8.11, this is the Thompson Z63 2020. You pulled that, so I'll let you speak to that, please.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I mean, given the amount of input we had in the open forum today, and I think you said that we'd be addressing that later in our meeting.
Yeah.
This would be the appropriate time, perhaps, to address some of the concerns that were raised in open forum before we move on. So that was why I asked for it to be pulled, and I'm not sure if we want to hear from councillors or from our director of planning at this point, but.
Let me go to our director of planning, and it was his report, and there was a number of comments made to your report, Michael. And I don't. Do you have any further comments to the comments that were made to your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long process, and we've done several reports on this. I think I just want to remind council that when it comes to environmental approvals and environmental matters, we rely on the expertise that is found at the county level and the conservation authorities for their comments. As staff, we try to be as knowledgeable as we can, but keeping in mind that at our level, we're more generalists than experts, dealing with all matters of planning related things. So we really rely on the comments of the conservation authorities. The Conservation Authority, I believe, is the Grace Oval Conservation Authority on this matter, noted that it was their opinion that an environmental impact study would not be required, even though, yes, the county policies and our own official plan policies do recommend and set up the parameters for an environmental impact study. But again, we rely on the conservation authorities for their expertise in that matter, because they would be the ones that would actually be reviewing any environmental impact study that we would have requested anyways. So there's that piece. The other big piece that seems to have come out, at least that I can provide some comment on anyways, is the impact of non-agricultural development, in this case a house, adjacent to agricultural operations. To be honest, I really don't know how better to address this. We have policies in place at the county, provincially, and municipally about non-farm development in residential areas, and we see that happen. We see that happen with surplus farm dwelling severances, where you have an existing house that's being severed off and it's right smack dab beside fields. We have areas where you'll have rural designated land that is being farmed, and yet we permit rural lot severances, and we'll have other issues where we'll have agricultural lands adjacent to settlement areas. What we use in a planning perspective is the minimum distance separation formula that's been put forward by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Rural Affairs, and that's our tool to help us assess agricultural impacts. Will there, excuse me, will there be agricultural impacts and nuisances? Obviously, yes, there will be. I grew up in the country. I know all about what it's like to live downwind of a pig farm and a chicken barn, and it's not pleasant by any means. And I know what it's like when you are living next to the farmer who is, and justifiably so, managing his nutrients and spraying his fields. That's all part of an agricultural environment. All that being said, and I know it's just commentary coming from your planner, but I think in this case, it's, unless there's another policy avenue that I'm missing somewhere, I really don't know how else to prohibit development on an existing lot of record as this one is. If it was a new lot being created, perhaps we'd have more policies that we can fall back on. But in the end, we also have to remember this is an existing lot of record. Mind you, yes, it's very narrow, and it provides that opportunity through a planning application to look into these matters a bit further. But if it was just a little bit wider, it would, all they'd be looking for is building permit applications. So you know, I leave it to the wisdom of council to determine how to look after this application, but I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, well, thanks, Michael. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but we're 7 minutes toward 4 o'clock. And if we're going to take, I'm going to suggest if we can suspend this discussion and move into our closed session and then come into it at 4, and at least we have a little bit of time. Madam Clerk? I was watching your clock.
Yeah, so might I recommend that you just receive this report and you can have the discussion on the bylaw section because it's related to the same item.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right, then we can pull it separately and then have the debate. Okay, that's good advice. So would you take care to remove it or move this to receive, Councillor Elwood?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that we receive this report for information.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen, you're seconding that? Okay, not to cut the discussion down, but we'll have that further there. Okay, so Councillor Balaket, did you have a point? Okay, all in favor of receiving that? Okay, that's carried. We have 3:54. I need a motion to go into closed session. Do I have a mover? Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Allwood, that we go into closed session, proceed into closed session at the 4 p.m. to discuss matters related to the following: meeting chair training, Denise Jelinas, education and training session is going to be about an hour. And also will be in there will be CAO Karen Gobin, clerk Raylene Martel, and chair training consultant Denise LaBelle Jelinas remain in attendance. I may not be saying that correctly, and I'm sure I'll get corrected properly when we
Jelena.
Jelinas. Okay. Moved by Councilor Little. No, did I not move that? No.
We moved. We're voting.
Yeah, that's right. All in favor. Sorry, Councilor Allen.
I think Councillor Little also wanted to ask a question, but anyways, I'll ask mine first. I just wondered why we go into closed for training on a topic like this. There's nothing special about it. It might be good information for some public members. I don't see why we do it in closed.
Good question. It's been asked before, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Because the consultant charges for these trainings, and if she does them in public, then it's proprietary information. So she would then not have to be able to obtain fees for her training consultations that she does.
Well, there's a good reason.
Everybody just zoom into our YouTube and then get all the information, right? What's a good question? All right. Anybody else have any other questions before we move? Okay. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. I have 4:56. I know it's not much time, but 4:01, whatever. Try to be there by 4. Okay, thank you. And from the viewing public, will be an hour, and we'll be back as soon as we can. Thank you. Okay, do we have everybody back? All right, better read my little spot here. Okay, welcome back, everybody, in the viewing public. I need a motion then to move into open session. Moved by Councillor Elwood, seconded by Councillor. Oh, well, don't I have to read the document? Sorry, I'm off. Yes.
Sorry, Your Worship, we did that in closed session.
That's right. So now we're in open. So, okay, so to the viewing public, sorry, apologize. We've got too much information, I guess. I got too much information. I'm reading to the public that the closed meeting was held and only the closed session items identified were discussed in the closed session and that there was nothing further to report. Now, do I need a motion for that, Madam Clerk, just to clarify? Yes, that's the part that got me. Okay, so Councillor Alwood, Deputy Mayor, is moving that. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Just got my procedures mixed up there. All right, so that's that. So again, to the viewing public, thank you very much for your patience there. We had that item in closed session, and that was a training session, and it took a little longer than an hour, so I just want to apologize for that. Okay, so going back to where our business we left off, and that was item 8.1. Sorry, no, we passed that. We received that information. Now we're into bylaws. I had to refresh my mind. So we're into bylaws, and I think we know there is one, the accessory apartment bylaw was going to be put off. I think that was the understanding. Councillor Little? It's pulled separate.
I would, move to pull 9.4.
Okay, that's on the list of here, yes. Yes, okay. And
Your Worship, we don't need a motion to pull it separately. It's kind of like consent. You just state that one's going to be voted on separately.
okay, so we'll have that separate then, and that could be deferred. That the motion will be deferred because we're bringing it back. I thought the one with the accessory apartments was going to be brought back at another time, and that's a different one than I think Councillor. No, 9.5 is Councillor Little, so she's pulling it to bring it back to a different meeting, right?
I'm sorry, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was pulling it just to move to defer it so that staff could make the amendment.
Yes, so you're pulling it, and then we'll go back to it afterwards, and your motion will be to defer it. Okay, got that part right. And then Councillor Alwood, you wanted to pull one? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We need to pull 9.1. We were discussing the planning report and decided we'd receive it for information and pull the bylaw in this section of the meeting.
Yes. Absolutely. Okay, we're back on track. So we have 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, and 9.7, which is bylaw 42, 43, 44, 46, and 47 that will be voted on as one motion, if that's the wish of council then. Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder for those bylaws? Councillor Allen and Councillor Balaket. So just to repeat that, that's bylaw 42, bylaw 43, bylaw 44, bylaw 46, and bylaw 47. Any discussions? Sorry, Councillor Elwood? Councillor Elwood?
Thank you. Sorry. Bylaw 44 was pulled, Your Worship, so it's not included in the in the motion at this point. 9.4.
Sorry, I got the mixed up. 40. I'm not doing very good here after coming up from our training session here. Yes, 44 was pulled. 45 stays in. I apologize. So I'll repeat that. So we're voting on 42, 43, 45, 46, and 47. Gotcha. Okay, we're good now. All right, any discussion on those bylaws? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Any opposed? Nope. All right. So then going to bylaw 2021-022. Would somebody, Councillor Allwood, you pulled this? Would somebody like to put that on the floor? Councillor Allwood?
I'll move it for discussion purposes,
Okay,
Your Worship.
do I have a seconder? Councillor Little? Okay, so just to iterate, this is bylaw 2021-22 is now on the floor. Discussion. And this is with regards to Thompson. Okay. So Councillor Allwood and then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wondered whether during the open forum section of our meeting earlier, the issue was raised that there was some concerns about the point of reference for the traffic entrance, or for the entrance rather. I understand at this point the entrance permit has not been granted, but the other issue with the entrance permit would be there was some reference to the B Act and 150 hives constituting a commercial operation, and would that need a commercial entrance?
Okay, I'll go back to, I'll start with our Director of Transportation, and maybe for clarity also our Director of Planning on that verification. So Director of Transportation, Director Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through to Councillor Allen. Our current policy is based on the MTO standard. It is compliant. It's actually generated by Don McNulty from Burnside Associates, from my predecessor that was in this position previously. So I'm confident that the interpretation of and what's shown in the policy is accurate, and I can confirm staff and myself have been out on site. We've measured where the sight lines are, and we are satisfied that this entrance does meet the sight line requirements of the policy. I do note that there is a driveway exactly across the road of the same element, so there are two driveways that are currently existing in the same spot, one on one side of the road, one on the other. Safety issues would be the same for both driveways, and that driveway is an existing one as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Follow-up, Councillor Allwood, do you have a follow-up question, or do you have any follow-up to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question was, would a commercial entrance be required, and are those requirements the same? And the reason I ask is that I believe one of the proponents in the open forum mentioned that 150 hives constitutes a commercial operation under the B Act, which I'm not that familiar with.
So the question to you, Director Lemon, commercial versus residential. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Councillor Allwood. Again, I'm not aware of the B Act either. I would be trusting the planning department to determine this as what constitutes a commercial development on that property. As of right now, it's a request or consideration of request for a residential property. So hate to give you that answer. My apologies.
So thank you for that, Director Lemon. I'm going to go to Director Benner on the part of the 150 hives and commercial, and the point that Councillor Allwood has raised from the speakers of today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The property is zoned A2, restricted agriculture. So under the agricultural zoning provisions, as well as the agricultural designations in both the municipal official plan and the county official plan, beekeeping, beehives, what have you, would be considered to be a agricultural diversified use. So although it has a commercial component to it, as opposed to just beekeeping on your own for your own enjoyment, it's not an impact. because it's a commercial use that's agriculturally related, agriculturally diversified, it's still permitted under the agricultural zone. And based on that, then it's, you know, we would be looking at that same kind of entrance requirements that Director Lemon's already spoke about.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Brett Benner. Do you have a follow-up or any comments to that, Councillor Holloway?
No, Your Worship. Thank you for that clarity, Director Benner and Director.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Allen, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This request, normally a request for a minor or a variance to the side yard setbacks, quite often come to the Committee of Adjustment if it's minor. And this one came to a planning hearing because it was not minor. It was right in the report that this is a major request. So it did come to the planning public hearing, and our job at a hearing is to listen to both sides of the debate and to make a decision ultimately on whether we think this is desirable for Grey Highlands. Obviously, there were comments for both sides, pros and cons. I want to make a comment about one of the comments. I'm not sure if it was at the public hearing or if it was during open forum at one of our council meetings, but the comment was that this would be a financial gain for municipality of Grey Highlands through because of increased taxation. And my comment to that is, if financial gain was the deciding factor on making a planning decision, it would be pretty easy to make decisions. That isn't how a planning decision is made. So as I said, we need to determine if this is desirable for Grey Highlands. The lot in question, and our planner stated earlier that this is a lot of record. It's zoned A2. The lot frontage requirements for an A2 lot is 200 meters. This one has 20 meters, which is a 90% under the requirement. Minimum lot area is 40 hectares. This one has 1.5, which is 96.25% under the required size. And now we're asking to make a bad situation even worse by approving not a side yard. Well, it is a side yard setback, but it affects both sides from 15 meters to 5.7, which is 62% or 62% under the requirement. So I just can't see that this is desirable for Grey Highlands. I've stated issues with the adjacent agricultural use and other things. And I agree with a lot of what's in the planning report today, but to me, that kind of all goes out the window when you look at the size, the width of the lot. If this was a lot that was even 100 meters, and they were asking for a reduction from 15 to 5.7 meters, well, that's not too bad. But to go from 15 meters down to 5.7 on a 20-meter wide lot is, in my opinion, not desirable for Grey Highlands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Allen. Councillor Velikat.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. I feel very similar to the way Councillor Allen did. This was a tough one for me. I am a rule girl, and I believe that our policies and the procedures that we have largely in place capture the vast majority of what we would need to deal with. And so, and like Councillor Allen said, this is more than just a minor adjustment. This is a major adjustment. So I applaud staff for bringing it forward to council, because this is, I think, when we have an opportunity as council to step in and I guess acknowledge that enough of these policies don't make enough sense to us, and therefore this does not make sense for our community. I'll leave it, instead of reiterating much of what Councillor Allen said. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just like the two who spoke before me, Your Worship, I also cannot support this application. I want to draw a special attention to the farming use that is, my directions are bad, but that's just, on the one side of the back of the property. And we've heard from the person who farms that land that they are concerned with the reduction in setbacks that have been asked for. At the end of the day, we've got to make sure that people who've been using a piece of land the way they've been using it are able to continue to do so, and the people who are proposing a new use can do so safely. And I'm not convinced that there is safety for the applicant, that there is. I'm not assured that they will be able to use the property as they intend to in a safe manner, and that's why, Your Worship, I can't support the application.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Oh, Councillor Allen.
Yeah, it's just something that was on the news last night. They were talking about a fire, and I forget where it was, not too far from here. And the fire jumped from one house to the next to the next. 3 houses were totally destroyed because of it. And I got thinking about setbacks, and you don't think about sometimes you don't think about why there are setbacks in place. And obviously, as houses where you see eaves troughs almost touching, if there's a fire in one house, you can be pretty sure the next one's going too. And obviously not, in this case, it's not going to be a fire that causes a problem, but what other problems are there for allowing something like this, such a drastic change in the required setback? In 2004, when our zoning bylaw was brought in, there were reasons why the council of the day and the planners and consultants put setbacks in place and put a number on the setbacks, not just a setback for every piece of property. So you have to me, respect that. And yes, we can deviate a little bit, but there are reasons. Thank you. That's my 2 times speaking.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Are there any other discussion points here? Okay, then I'll put this to vote. Those in favor of the motion that's on the floor. The bylaw, sorry.
Hang on, point of clarity. Can we have the motion again, please, sir?
Okay, I'll read it out. The motion for bylaw 2021, bylaw 2021-0020, sorry, I'll try that again. Bylaw 2021-022, a bylaw to amend the Municipality of Grey Highlands Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw number 2004-50 regarding zoning Z63 2020 Thompson 180-004-14600 as written on the agenda. Sorry, Councillor Little.
And that's subsequent to that, the following bylaws be approved and read. So that would be that this bylaw is approved, correct?
So I'm going to get clarity from the clerk because it doesn't say first, second, or third reading, but I'll get clarity from the clerk. Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So because it was under a consent, so it listed all the bylaws at the beginning. So now that it's pulled, the resolutions for an individual one would state that bylaw 2021-022 be approved and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same, notwithstanding any contrary provision of the council.
Thank you. I should have had you read it, Madam Clerk. Okay. Are there any other discussion points? I think somebody asked clarity of the motion, Councilor Nielsen. That's what you asked. Okay. All right. Seeing there's no other discussion, all in favor of the motion? Okay. Opposed? Sorry. Let me do that again. I'm gonna ask for a recorded vote. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. A recorded vote was requested by Mayor McQueen on the resolution that bylaw 2021-022 be approved and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same, notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Councillor Allen.
Opposed.
Councillor Allwood.
Lemon, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Desai.
Opposed.
Councillor Little.
Opposed.
Councillor Nielsen.
Opposed.
Councillor Valaket.
Opposed.
Mayor McQueen.
Support.
By a vote of 1 to 6, that motion has been lost.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's why I called it a recorded vote. I voted the wrong way I was thinking. So anyway, moving on to then the bylaw 2021-044. It was the one that you pulled, Councillor Little, with regards to the Grey Highlands comprehensive zoning bylaw related to accessory apartments.
Thank you, Worship. So I would move to defer this bylaw so that staff can amend, that staff can remove amendment 3A, which is prohibiting the use of cabins as a short-term accommodation.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Valaket. All right. Any discussion on that deferral? Councillor Nielsen.
Just for clarity, and is the deferral necessary, or could we pass it with the amendment being?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We could, if we had the exact wording of how we need to amend the consolidated zoning bylaw specifically, and that way we would be able to reference that as a specific, but I think it'd be beneficial to allow staff the time to actually make sure the wording is consistent with what council has requested, as well as the consolidated zoning bylaw and the short-term accommodation bylaw that's in effect.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Clerk. Any other discussions on that deferral then? I guess it would be housekeeping wide next meeting, or would we need more time? I guess I can ask, that should be fairly quick, right? Director Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we could bring it back for the next meeting. It's just a small change that we can verify and make the change, bring it back.
Remember, you have till Tuesday. No, maybe Friday.
Maybe.
Okay. All right. Seeing there's no other discussion for deferral, all in favor of that? Okay, that's carried. All right. Notice the motions. You have like 7 questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I'll start off. So the first one you have is item 10.1. I'm only teasing. Item 10.1, support for the Grey Bruce Health Unit during the COVID-19 pandemic. Notice was previously presented at the 2021-04-07 council meeting. Deputy Mayor, are you putting that on the floor?
Yes, Your Worship, I will.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Allen. Okay. The floor is yours, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. So it's a fairly straightforward motion. I think there's been issues recently where people have been a little lax. We heard from Dr. Era this morning, and we've heard about there's COVID fatigue, and I understand. I completely understand. I can understand people's frustrations. My own wedding was postponed once, and it's probably going to get postponed again. So I very much understand that people are frustrated, but at the same time, it's important that we listen to the healthcare professionals. We listen to the advice that we're getting from Grey Bruce Health Unit, and I think one of the ways that we can really drive that point home is by us as council reaffirming our support for the work that's being done by the Grey Bruce Health Unit. So therefore, Your Worship, I've presented this notice of motion. And I will be calling for a recorded vote to hopefully have a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And does the seconder wish to speak to the notice of motion? Councillor
Allen? No, I'm fine with it. I fully support it.
Okay. Any other discussion from council members? All right. So the motion is there. It's moved in second. There's a lot of reading there from our training. I don't know if you want me to read or the clerk to read that all off. I read the motion that was presented. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, as a recorded vote, when I start a recorded vote, I have to repeat the motion anyway.
Okay, go ahead.
So a recorded vote was requested by Deputy Mayor Desai, whereas provincial pandemic indicators show that Grey Bruce residents have done and continue to do a tremendous job of adhering to the advice of the Grey Bruce Health Unit, thus keeping the COVID-19 infection and transmission rates low locally. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands wishes to indicate that it supports our public health unit and has full confidence in the medical officer of health and his team at the Grey Bruce Public Health Unit, and that Council directs staff to forward this motion to the Grey Bruce Public Health Unit, Grey and Bruce counties, and all lower tier municipalities in Grey and Bruce. Deputy Mayor Desai.
In favor.
Councillor Little.
In favor.
Councillor Nielsen.
In favor.
Councillor Valaket.
Support.
Councillor Allen.
In favor.
Councillor Allwood.
In favor.
Mayor McQueen.
In favor.
By unanimous vote, that motion has been carried.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Clerk. And our next notice of motion by Deputy Mayor Desai is Parental Alienation Awareness Day. Notice was provided in time with the procedure bylaw. Deputy Mayor, are you moving that?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Allwood. Okay, the floor is yours, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, it's a fairly self-explanatory motion. This issue, if you will, was brought forward to me by someone who I consider to be a friend of mine. And this person has firsthand experienced the negative effects of parental alienation. And they've brought it forward because they want some recognition of it as being an issue. So I did some research on the issue itself, and I found that there's a number of municipalities across Ontario that have in the past shown support for the recognition. Ottawa, the city of Ottawa, did a proclamation, and the text for this motion is similar. It's based on the proclamation done by the city of Ottawa. The only difference is that I'm not asking for council to do a proclamation. I know we've talked about it on a few occasions, and we've always stayed away from proclamations, but I am asking that council recognize that April 25th is Parental Alienation Awareness Day, because it is an issue that affects people here in our municipality close to us, people that we know, and there's just a lack of awareness around it. And that's why I've brought this forward today, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, you're therefore be it resolved that council and municipality grant recognizes April 25th. So if this passes, that's a motion, but is there any other way other than just having a motion on the books that we recognize it, or are we going to have it announced that day? Like, I know not, you said not a proclamation, but I just asked that for clarity.
Thank you, Worship. So unfortunately, I don't have I don't have any suggestions around that. And I know we've talked about this before, but to me, I feel if we can get this out there, that creates a forum for people to be able to talk about it and for people to bring these ideas to us. Because it does show that the municipality recognizes that this is an issue. And so my hope is that if we can recognize the issue and create some awareness around it, that people will be able to approach us with how we can, perhaps how we can educate around it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Councillor Alwood, do you have anything to add as a seconder to the motion?
Not at this time, Your Worship.
Okay. Are there any other discussions on the notice of motion that's on the floor? Councillor Allen.
I'm not sure why we need to do this. If April 25th is Parental Alienation Awareness Day, then it is. By us just saying that we support it, does it make it any better? Do people listen more? I'm not sure. Why can't we just, in councillor privilege, just bring up the fact that April 25th is, we should do a short form for it, but Parental Alienation Awareness Day. And I don't know. I just don't see the need, because I think there's about 15 things every day. It's National Donut Day, and then it's Coffee Day, and then it's something else. And I'm not sure that we need to recognize each day, and then what days do we decide to recognize and which ones don't we? So that's my thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you want to respond to that, Deputy Mayor. I'm not asking you have to. It was just comment Councillor Allen was making, but you may go ahead.
So, thank you, Your Worship. I mean, that's a fair point. There are a number of days of significance, I guess. But there are certain days that do take precedence. For example, on National Donut Day, I'm not going to come to council and say, well, Boston cream's my favorite. So, or well, maple cream, actually, no, not Boston cream. But point being, I'm not going to come in and say we should make maple cream the donut of Grey Highlands, right? The official donut of Grey Highlands. This is regarding an issue that affects people, which is why we're bringing it forward. And I do think that as a municipality, if we as council talk about it, that it does create awareness around the issue. March, I want to say February 21st, which was the anniversary of Agnes McPhail's birth. Around there, we did recognize that it's Agnes McPhail's birthday. I'm sure if I Googled, there'd be something else on February 21st as well, but we've recognized it because Agnes McPhail did in fact make important contributions. So this year, what we did was we moved a motion recognizing it and said, we need to educate the community on the positive contributions that women have made to the field of politics. So I think this is different than National Steak Day or National Donut Day or Coffee Day. This is different because this affects people. This is an issue that affects people, and there's not enough people talking about it, which is why I feel that as a municipality, by recognizing it, we open up that space for people to have that conversation. Thank you, Rich.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Little, sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a little bit difficult for me. My concern is, and I know Deputy Mayor is, I can hear the passion in his voice for this cause, but my concern is around passing something like this, and that it's more or less lip service to the concept itself, unless we back it up somehow. And there are so many good causes that we could be declaring something on every day of the week, probably. And as a council, we don't have that kind of energy, I don't think, to devote to every cause on every day. I like the idea of, I think it was Councillor Allen's idea of bringing things up under member privilege that resonate with individual council members, and to bring awareness to those things, to make the rest of council aware, but also I would hope that those things could be captured in the council highlights, or be publicized in that way, so that as a council we're bringing an awareness to these various issues that have particular meaning for individual council members. So I just fear that passing something without full intent behind it, like my question was, well, how do we actually recognize this day? What are we going to do? And I really think the preferable action is to have it be an individual idea that's brought forward to the rest of council to be promoted through minutes, or through council highlights, or media, whatever way we choose. I think that's the preferred action. And I do want to support Deputy Mayor Desai, and for me, that is a better way of supporting this issue. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, you're welcome. And thank you for that. Any other comments then to this notice of motion? Deputy Mayor, this is the third time, but I guess you had the last say, so.
I'm providing clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this will be the last time I speak on this, I promise. So the reason I'm bringing this up for recognition is that because, like I said, that people aren't talking about this because people feel that they're isolated in this happening to them, and this doesn't happen to many people. So by the municipality even recognizing it, it opens that forum up. As well, with recognizing, it sort of staff would put out a social media post with this and raise awareness that way. Whereas if it was brought up under councillor privilege, it doesn't do that. It doesn't trigger that social media post that would further raise awareness. So that's the reason I've called for a recognition of the day. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from those that haven't spoken or want to speak? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, will you read the motion, please?
Certainly, Your Worship. Whereas April 25th is Parental Alienation Awareness Day around the world, and whereas parental alienation occurs in high conflict separations and divorces and takes advantage of the dependency of the children, and whereas parental alienation deprives a child of their right to a loving relationship with both parents and can interfere with the child's mental and emotional health, and whereas some of the negative behaviors of parental alienation include speaking negatively about a parent to or before a child, interfering with parental communication and time together, discussing inappropriate information about the marriage, court proceedings, or financial matters, and whereas awareness, education, and understanding play an important role in stopping the effects of parental alienation, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands recognizes April 25th annually as Parental Alienation Awareness Day.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the notice of motion? Opposed? Oh, put your hand up. Opposed? Okay, I'm sort of confused here. Okay, I gotta do this again because I'm not sure. Okay, those in favor of the motion? Okay, opposed? The motion's carried. I wasn't sure where Councillor Allwood was either voting which way. So that is carried. Okay. Next item, Deputy Mayor, vacancy unit rebate program notice presented in time with the current agenda. And so you're moving this motion?
I will move it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Do I have a seconder for this motion? Oh, and Councillor Allen is going to declare a conflict.
Yes, thank you.
I had that marked down. Councillor Balaket is seconding this. Okay, Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Again, it's self-explanatory. It's something that I brought up last year as well, and I can't remember if I brought it up at council or at committee or even just with staff. But at that time, I sort of came to the conclusion that perhaps it wasn't the right time to do it, given that we were just going into a pandemic. At this point, I think it's important that we recognize the rationale for this. I had one concern that was brought up to me that this could be perceived as anti-business. Unfortunately, I don't think that's true. I think this is a very pro-business motion. It ensures that we're taking away the incentive of having a building that could perhaps be in disrepair from the downtown core. And we're not just doing this in isolation. While we are taking away the rebate program, we have invested heavily, quite so, in the CIP program, which makes sure that people who do want to renovate their buildings qualify for in some cases a fair amount of money to do so. So I think because we're not just taking away a rebate program, but there's also a funding that we've made available. It's important that we look at the rebate program. At the county level, there's a report on tomorrow's agenda which talks about the rebate being eliminated at the county level. Each individual or each local municipality would have to pass their own bylaw, which is why I've brought forward this motion today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Balaket, do you wish to speak to it as a seconder?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I think the only thing that I would add to our deputy mayor's sentiments is that, I guess in summary, this is just considered bad fiscal policy right now, and I think it's time to remove it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very much in support of this idea and have been for a while, before COVID. And I found it interesting in the county report, it references that the program was originally implemented as a short-term aid to property owners in difficult economic times. And so I wonder, to the mover, was there any discussion of implementing this or eliminating the vacancy rebate during these times of COVID when, there are businesses who are struggling? That's my first question. The second question would be, would there be opportunity for some compassionate consideration? Like, is there an appeal could there be an appeal process that would allow, exceptions in certain cases? Yeah, I guess those are my two questions. I do support the concept, but I do worry about the timing.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I think that was directed to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the questions, Councillor Little. Just to clarify the question, when you said if there was any discussion around implementing this during COVID times, did you mean just between myself and staff or in general at the county level?
Clarity, Councillor Little.
I can respond. No, I was thinking more about when this was passed at county. Was there discussion around that? Thank you.
So I can't thank you, Your Worship. I can't remember the exact discussions that took place around it. but there have been so this came forward as by way of a notice of motion, if I remember correctly, that staff investigate this, and that's how it went forward. There has been talk around it in the past as well. The few times when the ag associations have come forward for the reduced farm tax, this has been maybe identified as it could perhaps make up for it. To answer a question around whether this is the right time, like I said, we're not doing this in isolation. We are investing heavily in a CIP program as well. So this really, I think, whether it's the right time or not is subjective. I think it is, because looking at it, there's also a fair amount of funding that's coming down from the federal and provincial levels of government for businesses. So whether it's the right time or not is fairly subjective, and I don't know if I could give you a satisfactory answer. On the question of appeals process around it, I would have to defer to the CAO / deputy treasurer, because I'm not aware of if you can get relief from a tax policy or tax bylaw. So I would have to defer that to staff. Sorry.
Okay, Madam CEO, do you have any information you can add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. The deputy mayor is right. Once the policy is implemented by bylaw, then there would be no appeal process.
It basically removes it then, right? Right. Okay. Councilor Little, did you have just to make sure that your questions are answered there?
Yeah, it's I've always thought that the vacancy rebate was not a good idea. Not being around when it was implemented, and understanding the reasons for implementation. I have thought about bringing it forward too, but then COVID came along and I thought, well, this isn't the right time. So I guess I just wondered what sort of discussion had happened around that. I do take your point, Deputy Mayor, through the chair, of there being other incentives and other relief opportunities for business. I think I do support your motion. I don't think it's good policy to have been and continue to offer this rebate. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Belicat, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're all counting how many times we've talked. Second time I'm talking. So one of the reasons why I would like to see this gone is it's an example of policy that was put into place and thought to be correct. So it's a top-down policy that rather than incentivizing the business itself and encouraging more businesses, it actually incentivizes the owner to stay empty. And I think it's an example of a policy that was put in during downward times that didn't work. And that's one example why I sort of feel confident, even though we are in COVID times, it didn't work before. It was a top-down policy in the past, and therefore isn't appropriate during these times. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from councilors on this notice of motion? Okay, and I guess just a question of clarity, maybe this is to the CEO, Deputy Treasurer. I'm asking for clarity in the sense of the vacant unit could be anywhere from a commercial store to I don't know, 100,000 square foot factory. Is that correct?
No, Your Worship. I believe the vacancy rebate is only for commercial entities. I don't believe it's available for industrial.
So commercial warehouses, or I guess that's what I'm just trying to get clarity. What steps from commercial to industrial? Like, so like I'm thinking of some of the manufacturing that was in Markdale that was industrial, like Medike or something like that. Or the what was that other one that went? They went to Newfoundland. They made the work boots. I'm trying to think. Just near where we took out the dam.
Terra footwear.
Yes. So would they be clarified as industrial versus commercial in the sense? Because I know that the company made a decision that they moved the manufacturing to Newfoundland, and then well, where the boat place was, then it became empty for a period of time.
Yeah. So it sounds. I don't know the particular building itself. I mean, obviously, MPAC would determine what the tax use is, which would be determine whether it's industrial or commercial.
It was a place where the boat place took over.
Rossiter Boat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That
So it appears from what I know that it would be classed as an industrial setting and not a commercial setting.
Okay. All right. Because I know in the past we've seen factories open and factories close, factories open, factories close, and there's an example. So this is more to do with commercial storefronts, small, medium businesses that are commercial related but not industrial. Okay. I'm just trying to relate it to what else that could be other than a storefront. I don't know, Deputy Mayor, do you have any other clarity of what that could be? No. So you're more focused on the storefront type thing, right? Right. Okay. Okay. So the motion is there. Madam Clerk, do you wish to read? Do you mind reading the motion, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry. Whereas on March 25th, 2021, Grey County Council passed a resolution in Committee of the Whole supporting the elimination of the vacant unit rebate program. And whereas the same resolution also recommended that all local municipalities in the County of Grey pursue the elimination of the vacant unit rebate by passing a local municipal bylaw, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to eliminate the vacant unit rebate.
Okay. There's no other discussion. That was moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Balaket. All those in favor of the notice of motion? Opposed? That's carried. So, okay. That's 3 now, Deputy Mayor. Next one is the Highland Drive issue. Notice presented in time with the current agenda. So Deputy Mayor, this is with regards to private residence and an issue with regards to drainage. So you're moving that, Deputy Mayor?
I will move.
And do I have a seconder for that notice of motion? Do I have a seconder for that notice of motion? Councillor Allen. Okay. Okay, the floor is yours, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This has been an issue that's been brought up in the past as well. It's an issue that's continued to that allegedly has continued to affect the private resident that has brought it up to me, and so as such, I'm just asking if staff can look into it and see if there's actually an issue that the municipality should be solving, not could be, should be solving. And if there is, then what solutions exist for that? I have nothing more to add to Your Worship.
So obviously for privacy, you haven't identified the particular residents of that. And I'm just asking for clarity to the clerk. I understand the privacy around that. Does there need to be more detail of an area? I'm just seeking clarity to make sure there's enough clarity in the notice of motion to you, Madam Clerk.
No, I think it's fine. I'm pretty sure Deputy Mayor Desai has spoken with the director on this topic.
Okay. All right. And Councillor Allen, do you have anything to add to this as being a seconder?
Just that I'm aware of the problem. It has been an ongoing issue, and yeah, it would be good to get that resolved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, and I don't know which staff member it would be, possibly to Madam CAO. Wondering why it was necessary to bring this notice of motion forward. My guess is that there's complaint has been an ongoing issue that has come again and again. I will rephrase that. I'm assuming, and my apologies if I am wrong. I'm just wondering because it seems strange, like as council members, we get questions given to us by residents all the time that we direct to staff. Rarely, correction, this is the first time I've seen that question have to come through a notice of motion to staff. Wondering if Madam CAO can speak to that.
Madam CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I can't answer that question. I haven't had the opportunity to have a discussion with the director about it. So I can't give you an answer at this point.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Nielsen, you have the floor.
Just a comment that it would be unfortunate if a notice of motion like this becomes a necessary thing in the future.
Right. So what sort of, are you referring to like a one-off? There's so many one-offs, right?
Kind of, as I said, Mr. Mayor, that I think all of us of council receive questions, comments, concerns from residents. It just seems that this particular one has had to escalate to a notice of motion, which seems unfortunate. And I do not hope that this becomes a norm.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I don't know, Deputy Mayor, do you have any comment back to that? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So I understand where Councillor Nielsen is coming from. And yes, I mean, normal procedure is that we forward these questions to the appropriate director. That has happened in this case as well. We've had site visits as well. But at the same time, I can't direct staff to bring forward a report saying, let's identify this. And so, which is why I'm coming to council and saying, allegedly there's issues, let's investigate further and go from there.
Okay, thank you for that. Is that enough clarity, Councillor Nielsen? Okay, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this, I share Councillor Nielsen's concerns and was wondering the same thing, like how did this happen? I guess there's ways of interpreting this. You know, it could be seen as critical of staff, but I'm interpreting it more as to just put this to bed. Let's put this to bed and get it dealt with. Would that be a fair assessment to the mover?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. To the Deputy Mayor.
Through Your Worship, yes, I think that would be a fair assessment because I'm not being critical of staff here at all. The director has been absolutely generous with his time in helping me respond to the concerns that the resident has brought forward, and so it's absolutely not a criticism of staff. At the same time, staff have to take direction from council, and it's something that the director and I both recognize. So this is why there's the notice of motion here, so that we don't get into a situation where there's a perception that I may have improperly directed staff to bring forward a report. So this is why this notice of motion is here.
Okay. So just point of clarity, and I'm only raising it, I'm not taking an opinion, I'm just asking, just seeking out clarity. So, and maybe the clerk can follow along in this. So the notice of motion is asking for a report and what that is, but it is about an identifiable individual. And if that report comes back, where does it need to be at a point, because it's an identified individual, that it would need to come in camera? Because I know myself and maybe others are a little uncertain of where this is and what the issues are. It's being generalized right now, but if it becomes a financial thing or where does council get more detail? I'm asking that more for the clerk in the sense. So if this notice motion goes forward and there's a report that comes, or is now giving direction to generate, because it's sort of vague. It doesn't even have it says Highland Drive, but it doesn't say where. Can you help me out, Madam Clerk, in the sense of where would it get into the more details for council in the sense of the specifics?
Certainly, Your Worship. Under Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, the determination for personal information is their name in association with another identifying feature. If the report strictly speaks to a property and does not mention a name, it is not personal information and it would not be about an identifiable individual.
So how would it identify that piece of property unless it was identifying that piece of property?
You're allowed to speak to a property. You just can't say a person's name in relation to where they live. So if the report speaks to 123 Main Street, it's allowed to speak to 123 Main Street. This does not violate any MFIPA regulations.
Okay, so report comes back. So if the councilor wants to go and look at where that area is, it will give enough information that a councilor can go and look at that location, so to speak.
I would also assume that any report that would come back would look at any potential deficiencies in the roadway and how that may or may not affect any of the properties in the area.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that clarity then. Okay, any further discussion on this item or the notice of motion that's being asked to be voted on? Madam Clerk, do you mind reading, as you're doing such a great job?
Certainly, Your Worship. Whereas a private resident has alleged that there are issues on a municipal roadway on Highland Drive in Flushton, and whereas the private resident has further alleged that the alleged issues have caused water to drain onto their property, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands requests a staff report on the issue, and if required, possible solutions and cost estimates to resolve the issue.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion on that notice of motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the notice of motion? Okay, opposed? That was carried. Okay. Next item is 10.5. We have Deputy Mayor with regards to leaf pickup. Notice presented in time with the current agenda, so it sort of spells out there on the agenda. Deputy Mayor, are you moving that notice of motion?
Yes, Your Worship, I am.
Do we have a seconder? Councilor Nielsen, you're seconding that? Floor is yours. Your floor is yours, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this has been an issue that had come up last year as well. I hadn't brought it to council at the time because it had come up after the fall period where people had already gotten rid of their leaves. Earlier, well, not earlier this year, but between the last meeting and this meeting, I was approached by residents on a particular street in Markdale, where the street is lined with beautiful big trees. I don't know what kind of trees they are, unfortunately, but it's a beautiful street. It's Mark Street. I'm not identifying a property, but it is Mark Street, and the trees are beautiful in the spring and summer, but in the fall, of course, there is a lot of foliage on people's properties as well as on the street, and so people have asked for a leaf pickup from their properties. And again, it's similar to the previous one where I didn't want to go to the Director of Transportation and Environmental Services and say, "Hey, listen, can you bring forward a report?" So I wanted to bring this to council and sort of have council provide that direction on getting a staff report on how we can offer a leaf pickup for autumn of 2021. Thank you, Your Worship.
So just for clarity, Deputy Mayor, I thought we had leaf pickup in Markdale, did we not? We used to. At the time.
I've been told, so I do apologize on this one because I haven't spoken to the transportation director at all on this. So, but to my knowledge, from what I've heard from the residents, we do not offer a leaf pickup. which is why I've sort of brought this here.
Okay, I thought at the time of amalgamation, Markdale had leaf pickup, but maybe I can't remember if we don't do that anymore. Sorry, so just before I take the, okay, I'm gonna go to the Director of Transportation to maybe add clarity to that. Director Lemon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So leaf pickup has not been available to all the residents of Grey Highlands. The Markdale leaf pickup was discontinued when the municipality got rid of their private or their personal garbage truck.
Oh, yes.
So it was right about when we changed from our individual garbage pickup to having a contracted source. So that's how far back this leaf pickup goes. Currently, this leaf pickup is an issue. It's free at the waste disposal sites, and yard waste is free. That is the element how it was kind of transformed from an actual pickup. But currently, transportation staff and or environmental services staff, we don't have the equipment to provide this type of pickup. We do provide leaf pickup and yard waste pickup by our street sweeping operations, and it does cause issues with the current equipment.
And maybe just to follow up, maybe that's where I was thinking that we do some street cleaning up, because they used to sweep it to the curve, and then our machine would pick it up, but we don't do that anymore. Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Current street sweeping operations we take care of, but any branches or yard waste, it does cause issues with current equipment. Our street sweeper picks up sand and salts, roadside sand and salt. The type of equipment is not meant to pick up leaf and yard waste.
Right. Thank you for that clarity. Oh, Madam CEO, you popped up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do believe this did come up at council, it could be 2 years ago now, but I remember council having the conversation. When it comes to municipal services, our services are supposed to be fair and equitable across the board. The municipality does not offer yard waste pickup to any of our other villages or hamlets or any of our rural properties. So I just caution council on making a decision like this because it's benefiting a select few residents. I know the argument could be that the trees are on municipal property, but I just would like to caution council that, you know, when we provide services, we want to provide services that are available to all of our residents.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam CEO. And Councilor Nielsen, you were the seconder, so I'll recognize you to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I think if Deputy Mayor goes 5 for 5, it might go to his head a little bit. I do think getting a report like this on costing helps the residents understand what the cost actually is associated with a request like this. It seems like a small request to say, municipality, can you pick up the leaf waste off my property? But I think what we'll find is that the costing is rather significant, and especially as to what the Madam CEO just said, we will not be just supporting this in Markdale. If we supported it, it would be across the municipality. So sometimes residents' requests can come through, and having a report on the costing can help explain and put to rest a conversation where we will likely see that the cost is too far to warrant the service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. I think, okay, Councillor Allwood, I thought somebody else had their hand. Go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship. I'm wondering, as our environmental services department and our waste disposal policies are changing, and we're moving to a circular economy, that we're going to have in the not too distant future some sort of compost or pickup, perhaps, and maybe that's the time to deal with it. But I know that from my own experience in Markdale, that I see a lot of residents sweep their leaves onto the side of the road, and they don't stay there. So I'm not sure how we're dealing with it, but it seems like it's a common practice in Markdale.
And that's the part I was getting at, Councillor Allwood, is I thought everybody just swept it up in the street sweeper picked it up, but that's what I was trying to clarify. Thank you for that, Councillor Allwood. Councillor Valaket.
Thank you. And to council through the chair, I'm of the opinion that this is an example of, pardon me, with all apologies to the deputy mayor, but this is an example of where we have narrowly focused in on one problem. And there are multiple avenues currently where we are exploring this. Councillor Allwood mentioned one of them, and so we're in the we're moving. The province is moving to a new kind of dealing with waste, and this is certainly part of it. And in fact, when I see this, what I see is a lost opportunity. There's lots of talk about composting. We can't compost within our urban areas because of the smell. These brown leaves are what you need to compost properly to mix with the rest of your debris. And unfortunately, I think by focusing in on one specific motion, we're losing the big picture of where we can have discussions like that. So I would much rather see this handled as it's going to be further down the road with environmental services, as well as I think there's also an opportunity here for the Climate Action Committee Task Force.
Okay. Councillor Allen and then Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can support this because it's just going to snowball. I have properties that I spend days raking leaves and trailer loads of leaves. And you know, if we're going to talk about leaves that come from trees that are on municipal property, then what about all the sand that gets spread on the road and then plowed onto the front of people's lawns? Are we going to ask the staff to come along and sweep the lawns? I think it's going to get out of control. There's trees out in the country. Are we going to go out to the middle of, you know, down some side road and clean somebody's leaves off? It's just a no-win situation here, I think.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to Councillor Little, I think Deputy Mayor, you had a response maybe to one or two comments that were made, or no?
I'll go after Councillor Little so that I can address all of them.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Little. Thanks, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I read this, there's no mention of Markdale. I assumed it was the cost of leaf pickup for the entire municipality. And my main objection was, like, you know, I think finding out the cost would be informative, but my main objection was that it would be for the autumn 2021. We've already gone through our extensive budget deliberations. And so if there was going to be any consideration at all, I would certainly not support it for this autumn. And then by that time, next budget section, we might have more options available to us that Councillor Allwood and Councillor Valaket were speaking to. So I think that's the time to take a look at this and maybe address the problem of leaf pickup more broadly in terms of composting and other options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, you wish to speak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I do want to clarify, the report would be asking for the cost of offering leaf pickup to all of Grey Highlands. The reason Markdale got in there was because the complaints I've received have been generally from residents who live in Markdale. The other point as well is the fact that most of the people who've made these complaints to me are seniors. So they don't necessarily compost. and they, there's probably physical issues that they may encounter in bringing the leaves to the waste disposal sites. So I'm not saying that I do understand the points everyone has made, and I do find myself agreeing with them. At the same time, I think maybe it's a program that that's directed to the seniors who can request leaf pickup, and then I'm not sure what that would look like, which is why I wanted to do a bit of an exploratory report, perhaps. But again, it's at the will of council. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Nielsen, the floor is yours.
I'll propose an amendment to remove the wording for autumn 2021 from the motion.
So basically offering leaf pickup, period.
No, it just says, therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands request a staff report on the cost of offering leaf pickup, period.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, do I have a seconder for that amendment? Deputy Mayor. Okay, now we're going to speak to the amendment to the notice of motion. Councillor Nielsen, do you have anything to add? Okay, Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Okay, hearing no other. Oh, Councillor Alwick.
Well, I think a staff report this time, perhaps on the future of the environmental services plan for as we move forward with a circular economy. But the other issue it would address was Councillor Little's. We've debated the budget for 2021, and the report would give us some good information if we were to consider this for the budget in 2022. I could support the amendment based on both of those issues. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Just a comment on the circular economy, or it's one thing to say that the people that manufacture the tires are going to have to pay for them to be recycled, but who's going to take credit for the leaves? There's no way that anybody is going to pay us to recycle leaves or come and pick up leaves. So I don't think you can count on that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor wishes to speak to that.
The Ministry of Natural Resources.
Okay, speaking to the amendment. Councillor Alwood.
Just to follow up on Councillor Allen's point there, Your Worship. Perhaps the circular economy phrase was my error, but we're definitely looking at how we're dealing with environmental waste and compost and green waste in particular, I guess, is being considered as the province and municipalities move forward. So that's the point. I'm not suggesting that in the case of the circular economy with plastics, you're going to put that back on the manufacturers, but at some point our blue box programs and potentially future green box programs might be able to deal with this. But in the meantime, we could have a staff report that gives us something to consider for budget deliberations in the following year or the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just want to focus that the amendment is the removal of for the autumn of 2021. So we're getting out there talking a little bit further than just removing that point. Any other further discussion on the amendment? That's moved by that was moved by Councillor Nielsen and then Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Little.
Do we need a full report, or can we just get an estimate?
Okay, I just want to, we can get back to the main motion. I just want to stick to for the autumn of 2021.
I know, but it sort of affects. Anyway, I'm okay.
Okay. Oh, Madam CEO popped up. Oh, so she's gone again. She's here again.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Long day.
sorry. I was just going to suggest that perhaps it be deferred to the budget for 2022.
Okay, I think one argument was sort of said that if you are interested in getting a report, you have time to get that information before we get into that budget cycle. And somebody did raise that. And I'm only raising that as a comment that was raised. I'm not sure who made that point. But let's focus on the amendment. The main motion, we can, you know, as the CEO said, other stuff. Right now, it's offering leaf pickup. So a report to come back on offering leaf pickup, period. That's the amendment. Any discussion on that amendment? Madam Clerk, you popped up. Did I do something wrong now?
Well, the amendment, the motion before you for the amendment is that the main motion be amended by removing for autumn 2021.
No, thank you for that clarity. Okay, any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, now we're back to the main motion that has been amended. Councillor Lowe.
So a staff report is fairly onerous, I think. Can we not just get an estimate of the cost for leaf removal across the municipality? What the current cost might be?
So I think just to add some clarity on this, I'm trying to, okay, so you're asking to get a costing. I think somebody raised it about, are we doing every road? Is there some framework of what you're looking at? And I think that's something that that needs maybe more clarity to this motion. I don't know of what exactly are you costing? Is that I thought somebody raised that. I think Councillor Allen, you raised that point, right? So I'm going back to you, Councillor, though. I'll just raise that as somebody else raised.
Well, I did raise it earlier, assuming that it wasn't just Markdale, it was across the municipality, right. And I'm assuming that it's settlement areas.
Sorry, it's which?
Settlement areas?
Oh, settlement areas. Well, that's a new one, because I think Councillor Allen was mentioning about side roads, and so like that's something we may want to add clarity in here as well.
Well, I think Councillor Allen was taking it to extremes to make a point, but if we're expanding from Markdale, I would assume that it would be other settlement areas in the municipality.
Okay, I think there needs to be clarity in this motion to say that, because it doesn't say that. Right, it doesn't say that. It just says a report on leaf pickup. It's pretty basic. It's pretty broad base. I'm going to go back to the deputy mayor there for a minute. It's your notice of motion that you're bringing forward. You've heard a lot of conversation. Floor is yours.
So I'm open to the amendment of it being only for settlement areas. But I mean, I feel if there isn't support for the leaf pickup at all, then I'd rather that we just, you know, vote this down or vote in favor or vote it down, rather than, you know, spend time on an amendment. So I'll say that. Thank you.
Okay, well then maybe there's an amendment coming. Councillor Bellcat.
Thank you, sir. Here's my problem with what we're doing right now is we have an issue in front of us that we really want to affect, but we don't know how to do it. So we're trying to do it without really creating a lot of work for staff. And all we're doing is frankly sitting up. I feel like we're sitting here not effectively using our own time. And I am really concerned that the outcome here will be, because we don't want to report, what we want is a shorter thing from staff. And I ask all of you, is that we have all of these balls in the air. And this is fundamentally the question, is we have all of these balls in the air and we keep choosing to put more of those similar balls in the air. And I don't think we're doing what we're supposed to be doing as counselors, is stepping back, looking at the big picture and deciding where all of these little pieces of the puzzle go. I'm sorry, I'm going to end it there.
So I think maybe to help you out, Councillor Belicat, this looks like a level of service that's being debated here. I don't know, Deputy Mayor, so you're asking for leaf pickup. So this is something we're not doing today. So I'm looking at what Deputy Mayor is bringing forward as a different level of service to get a costing on. And I guess it would be determined by the costing, whether this is a choice of a level of service Grey Highlands moves forward to. Is that sort of where you're coming from, Deputy Mayor?
So yes, so it is very much a, can we afford to offer this service? And again, like, you know, the staff came back with different options that, you know, for the settlement areas, it's this much, or there's enough of a demand in the settlement areas, or even perhaps, you know, like I mentioned, a request-based service where if there's a senior who is just unable to, for whatever reason, bring the leaves to the waste disposal sites, and they can call the municipality and say, well, listen, I need some assistance doing this. And which is, I mean, you know, if we don't want a formal report back, we could have a verbal report back with staff saying, we've done our investigations, this is what it would be. But again, as I said, you know, I don't disagree with the points that members have made necessarily. I just feel that it would be, I feel it would be nice to know what the cost of offering this is, so that the next time I receive a complaint, I can say, well, you know, this is what we're doing, or we're investigating, or this is how much it would cost. And, you know, it's like anything. Once we put it out there, people will reach out to us and say, well, you know, we know you guys have been talking about the leaf pickup. We don't think, for the price that staff has said in the report, we don't think it's worth it. Or contrary, people might say, well, you know, we think it's worth it. We really hope you guys would consider that. So it's basically getting that ball rolling. But like I said, I don't necessarily think any of the points that have been made against the motion are incorrect or you know, illogical either. I think there are good points that have been made, and I feel I've spoken as much as I could to the motion that I've presented. Thank you, Your Worship. So
as your chair, I'm going to maybe offer some guidance here to move things along, because we still got a lot of business here to do, and the day's getting along in the tooth. Would somebody entertain the idea of making an amendment to here that offer leaf pickup in built up areas, and we can debate that, or not, and I can call the vote on what's here today, and have it more vague. We've had a lot of debate. Somebody's had clarity to have it costing in the built up areas. I just think we need to move on here, and if you're not looking at to amend that, then I will call it that we just have the vote on here and generally, and then if it carries, then maybe there could be a separate vote to be added after the fact, as we learned. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think given the discussion, staff understand the motion, and we should call the question.
Absolutely. Okay. So those in favor of, sorry, Madam Clerk, can you read the motion, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas multiple residents have requested leaf pickup in the fall, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands requests a staff report on the cost of offering leaf pickup.
Okay. Okay, so that was the motion, and all those in favor of the notice of motion. Okay, those opposed? And I'm not supposed to vote to the end. All right, we'll do this again. All those in favor of the notice of motion? Opposed? That motion's carried. Okay, moving on. No subsequent motions? Okay, moving on then to our agenda, to the county report. County highlights are on our agenda. I was just pulling them up. Deputy Mayor, do you want to speak to some of the highlights?
Sure thing, Your Worship. There was lengthy discussion around support for Grey Bruce Health Unit. Eventually, council did endorse a letter to be sent to the health unit, and that motion was passed unanimously. We also, that was in the council section of it. In the committee of the whole section, we heard from the Business Enterprise Center, the Grey County Business Enterprise Center. It's a really, really good organization. It falls under the economic development efforts of the county, and they usually provide mentorship, guidance, assistance with grants, and so on to small and medium-sized businesses. This year, they consulted with 74 new businesses and 49 existing businesses. We were also informed that the Summer Company program, as well as the Starter Company Plus program, would be going ahead for this year. We received a presentation from the Public Sector Digest around asset management, the new asset management plan, and following that, Grey County approved its first ever asset management strategy. It was a really good presentation, really in depth, and as a numbers person, I quite enjoyed the report and the presentation. We also endorsed the local immigration partnership settlement strategy. It was the result of quite a few workshops done by the local immigration partnership group. And then the last thing that I have down here was that the county will sign a declaration of mutual commitment and friendship with the Mawikwadong Indigenous Friendship Center. I think I've got most of it, Your Worship. I don't know if I've missed anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So from that, can you move that as a motion then? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Have a seconder for the report, Councillor Elwood. Yeah, thank you. I think you got most of the stuff there. Any questions to the report from County Council? And certainly any time. Oh, I will say the tax consultant from, what do you call it? Peter Freeze. I would suggest anybody have an opportunity to click on his presentation. He's spoken to us before, and it's he's on the ball, and he talks about all that stuff, and he talks about the assessment that's being froze again. And I did ask the question if he would come out to our municipality and have an opportunity to speak with our council, and he said he would. And so maybe I'll reach out to him on that as well. Madam CEO, do we pay, the county pays for his services? Do we use his services at all? Do you know?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're using him for a few appeals that we have currently ongoing.
Okay, so if he was to come and speak to us, would he do that, or would that be a cost?
I have no idea, Your Worship. I would have to ask him.
Okay, I just found he was very good, and it was very good for people from council to ask questions, and he talked about that whole assessment and tax policy, and I found it. I would suggest take a look at his presentation, and then if you feel you wish to, me source that out, then I will. But I found he was, or even watch the YouTube. I found it was very informative. So any questions to County Council report? Seeing none, all in favor? I know it's long in the day. It's carried. Okay. We got. Oh, shoot. I gotta go back. Are there any other notice of motions? I missed that part. Are there any other notice of motions? Deputy Mayor, were you going to mention about the 2-hour parking one? I think you
oh, yes, sorry. I thought you were going to bring that up. So, but yes, the last meeting we did pass or a direction, I guess, for staff to do the communication around 2-hour parking, and it seems that there's been issues with it. People haven't been adhering to that, and so this is also an issue that's existed outside of the pandemic as well. So I understand that staff had said that we wouldn't have anything in time for the lockdowns, but I think it's something that we need to consider beyond as well. And so at the next meeting, I would like to discuss having a parking bylaw for the downtown cores. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for that. And I know you and I spoke about that earlier on today, and I know that we raised it last council meeting with the, like, a notice, or I think we circulated it through social media. So there are no other notice of motions. I'd like to introduce a notice of motion for our next council meeting. I know similar to Westbury, Meaford, Kitchener, and the city of Toronto, I would like to bring forward a notice of motion to ask staff to bring a report back to what the process would be to look at having backyard chickens in a residential area. I know it's something that has been brought to my attention a few times. I don't want to get into the discussion about that today, but I think from an environmental side, there's maybe benefits that could also, with regards to the organic matter that does accumulate in people's sediments. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll work with staff to bring that forward to have a staff report to come back on the process of how we would look at entertaining that idea. Okay, one thing I find when I print off this agenda, there's no numbers on the pages, so I find it moves along. So that takes care of, we done our in camera. Council privileges, sorry, I apologize. Is there any items that councillors wish to raise? Deputy Mayor, you're full of it today.
Thank you. I know, I was gonna say, I have way too many speaking parts today. A couple of good news. I'm very happy to report that the Grey Highlands Public Library was successful in its application for the Ontario Trillium Fund resiliency funding in the amount of $83,500. And I'm reading this from an email from the CEO. This is going to benefit the community, particularly during these times. The funding will provide hotspots, which was something we looked at during the budget time, outdoor meeting spaces in terms of pavilions, and a smart locker. It will also provide enhanced e-resources and a few other items. So I'm very proud of the work that the library has done through the pandemic, and this is just another feather in that cap. The other bit of news that I had is Rotaract is doing their Song for Hospice again this year. It's a bit of a twist. Instead of members participating as tributes, we've got an interesting cast of characters. We've got Batman participating. We've got a T-Rex called Daryl Dino. We've got Mario from Mario and Luigi participating as well. And then we rounded off with Ninja Turtle, Snow White, and Waldo. So the six of us have been trying to raise money for the hospice. And so far, over 5 days, we've raised $2,880. The rules, again, are the same as last year. Whoever raises the lowest amount has to do a song, and we haven't picked the song yet. So if you want to follow along, on our hashtag has been Highlander Tributes 2021. A lot of amazing videos that's out there, and I'm especially partial to the Batman ones. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Yeah, I don't think Batman can do Elvis. Councillor Alwyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too saw the press release from Bill Walker on the OTF Resilient Communities Fund, and I wondered if that smart locker was the curbside pickup lockers that our Director of Economic Development had talked about, and I think we had talked about perhaps applying for some funding for that. I do congratulate our library board and library president on the Wi-Fi hotspots. Great news. And the other thing I wanted to bring up in my council privilege was May the 1st is Family Physicians Appreciation Day, and the joint municipal physicians retention and recruitment committee is perhaps going to be suggesting that we could acknowledge them with a letter. And if the minutes come out in time, I will get them on the agenda for our next meeting. But given the fact that May the 1st will happen before our next meeting, I just thought I'd mention it in council privilege here. Thank you.
And certainly this year, especially with the COVID and our doctors, frontline workers, it's so important to recognize them for sure. Are there any other items to be raised? Councillor Allen.
Well, just following up on the funding that the library obtained when it was announced. Of course, the CEO, who happens to be my wife, heard. She wasn't supposed to say anything, but anyways, for a while. But I did ask what she thought they've raised over the years through grants, and she feels it's in excess of $2 million that the library board or staff have raised. The big one obviously being the approximately 900,000 infrastructure money for the new library. So I was going to start out by saying I hate to brag, but I don't. I actually like to brag. So anyways, I thought that 83,000 sounds nice, but 2 million is even nicer. So
I would probably think you have a few volunteer hours in there as well, probably, right?
Perhaps the same 2 million number could be used in my volunteer time.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Any other comments? Just one thing I did miss to say is tomorrow at our county council, the notice of motion that I brought forward last council meeting is on the committee of the whole agenda. I guess committee of the whole agenda with regards to internet. I did have the warden did reach out to me a week ago and asked me, what's this all about? And I said, equal access for equal cost, and pretty simple. And the whole idea is to, at one time, again, county used to have a dedicated person focused a lot on broadband and internet, and then Swift came along, and we know Swift is doing great things, but it's gone to the point it's way up here. And in speaking with, I haven't followed up with the Town of Blue Mountains mayor, but he said it was going to be on their agenda for Monday. So I got to follow up with him tonight. He was pretty sure it was going to pass, no problem. And with Blue Mountains passing it, then that starts the collaborative framework working up through the county. So Deputy Mayor, we may have a little bit of a challenge on our hands tomorrow because it's this on the agenda to receive. And I think we want to make sure it's more than just receive. But anyway, I'm sure when I got off the phone with the deputy, off the phone with the warden, he probably knew where I was standing on that one. But I'm not sure if he understood it 100%. But anyway, it was good. He reached out to me, and that was all positive. So that's very good. Okay, moving forward. So we need a motion then to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council. This is item 15.1 of the Municipality of Grey Highlands bylaw. That bylaw 2021-048. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councilor Nielsen, Councilor Deputy Mayor. Being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on April 21st, 2021, and be read first, second, and third time and finally passed, and the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same, notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. There's a list of meetings there. Obviously, our committee of the whole meeting on the 28th. Sorry, Councilor Nielsen and Councilor Allen.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Madam Clerk, if she could just reiterate what the topic of this month's CAO will be, just to allow us maybe a couple extra days to get ready.
Madam Clerk.
So the topic of this month's CAO?
Yes.
COW, sorry. Yeah, we'll let
what he meant.
Madam CAO stick a little longer.
It's late, I'm giddy. I knew what he meant. I was just making a point. Let me just see what's next on the docket.
Probably the fill bylaw. That's what we left off.
Well, yeah, because the fill bylaw was deferred from the last one. So it is the draft fill and site alteration bylaw, the Grey Highlands lens, and the Grey County Cycling and Trails Master Plan. I'm not anticipating getting through all three, but I put 3 on there, and then if it gets deferred, then I'm just keeping going with 3 and 3 and 3.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. So I think I have Councilor Allen and then Councilor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. April 28th is Committee of the Whole, but it's also the Beaver Valley Visioning sessions. And I think I read an email that there are now 4 of them starting at 9:30 in the morning, I believe. How are we to sit in on those if we're in a Committee of the Whole meeting?
Okay. Double booked. You got one earphone in this year and you got one earphone in this year. Just kidding. What's your thoughts? I got Director Harris. Sorry. Go ahead, Director Harris.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. The intent is to gather mostly public input. All of the sessions will be recorded and posted on our website after. So, you know, if council isn't able to attend, we didn't anticipate they would be able to attend all. Originally, we had 2 sessions planned. We're now up to 4 on the 28th and 2 more on May 5th, which happens to also be a council day. But we've got to get these done, and that's sort of how we're doing it. So they will all be available for review after.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Harris. Do you want to follow up that with Councilor Allen? Do you have it since you raised the point?
Well, it's disappointing that we're going to be in a Committee of the Whole meeting during these. It would have been nice to sit in and listen as things were live. I'm assuming like people are going to be able to comment, so it could be that we may want to comment. Yeah. And now I just didn't realize that the May 5th one is a council day. So it's, yeah, disappointing.
Okay. Okay, is there, so I think Councilor Little was next and then Councilor Nielsen. Go ahead.
Yeah, this isn't what I was going to say. I just wanted clarity from the Director of Economic Development. The May 5th sessions on the May 5th are follow-up from the initial sessions that are happening on the 28th. That's correct, isn't it?
Thank you, Councillor Little. No, they are not. They are additional sessions because all 4 of the ones on the 28th have sold out at 75 per session. So these are an additional 2 sessions, same format as the first 4.
Okay, so I did have some inquiries today about the format and the fact that people were registering but not able to get in. And I'm glad there's now an opportunity for everyone who wants to participate to be able to participate. But it's kind of like what Councillor Allen is saying. Well, are these sessions going to be public, videos of those sessions going to be publicly available?
Yes, they will be. We will be posting them on the website after the sessions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
So my original, what I was going to say was about the Committee of the Whole and the comment by the clerk, which I would agree with, that we're not going to get through all 3 things. And I'm concerned about the order then. And I wonder what the order of precedence, how that is determined. Is it by the date at which, you know, something was recommended to go to Committee of the Whole, or?
I'll go to the clerk. Madam Clerk, are you able to answer your order of preference?
So they are by order that they come in, unless it's something that is a delayed time frame. So for instance, there is something on there that isn't required to be done until February of next year. So it is pushed further down, but anything that doesn't have a deadline like that, it just goes by the order that it gets added to the list that's going on, unless council directs me otherwise.
So the order that you mentioned, is that the order of those items? for the 28th.
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
the fill.
Yeah,
To the
so the
clerk.
fill bylaw was deferred from the last meeting, so it's the first thing because it's a it was only deferred because we ran out of time at the last one. So it's the first item on this one. Then the next item is the lens, and then the cycling and trails master plan.
Okay, I understand. And I would like to have some involvement in preparing some resources, I guess, for council with respect to the lens.
If you can have them to me by Friday when the agenda gets published, and I'll make sure they're added to the agenda on that. Also, in relation to the fill alteration bylaw, if anybody has any questions, if they can send them to staff in advance, it'll help for a more efficient meeting as well.
Okay, and one more question was,
What do you mean? Hang on, Friday, you're talking day after tomorrow.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Sorry,
Maybe
sorry.
maybe we could see the order of, you know, just what that list of things is that's proposed for committee of the whole, because I've been anticipating but haven't heard anything about what was going to be on the 28th.
So it's actually on the bottom of the last agenda from the last cow. It says additional items that are coming up. It's listed there, and I continue that list each meeting. It's at the bottom of the agenda for each of the meetings.
So is it on this one? Or are there no more items?
At the cow. So the cow meeting at the end of March. So if you look at the minutes in the agenda, it shows you the list of items. And then when this cow agenda comes out, it'll show all the stuff that was added from the last couple of council meetings as well.
Okay, okay. I just didn't understand the process then. Further up to that, would the different items that are coming forward at the committee of the whole be chaired by those individual department liaisons?
Technically, the mayor will decide that. Our procedure bylaw says will be chaired by the mayor or applicable council liaison. So
that's a question I'm just putting out there to the mayor.
I'll have to look at the items, I guess, and see if it's focused or it's general. Are you referring to the lens as being more of a planning document? Or is that more related?
I would be referring to the lens as something that would fall under economic and community development, and I would be interested in chairing that part of the meeting.
Okay. Okay, well, when we get to that, closer to that meeting and seeing the depth of it, we certainly can talk about that for sure. Okay. Do you know when the meetings are to the May 5th extra, what the time frames of those, Councillor Little or Councillor Harris? Director Harris?
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I believe, and I've drawn a blank, 10 and 1, I believe, on the 5th. So 10 to 12:30 and 1 p.m. to 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m.
And the other one's 10 till 1 or 10 to noon?
10 to 12:30.
12:30. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Anything else with regards to meetings? Sounds like we're Councillor Nielsen. Sorry, I missed you.
No promise, Mayor. Two quick things. One, just for Councillor Little, with the training we just received, you're very passionate about the lens. Should you chair, or do you think you can have better debate part by being not the chair after the training we just received? Just a side thought for one. And then two would be for Director Harris. You have said that the public engagement sessions are going to be on the website. Wanting two things. One, would it be part of our YouTube page as well? Or two, will it be on the greyhighlands.biz versus Grey Highlands homepage? Just clarity, because we've had a conversation about clarity on those things a couple of days ago.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. They will be, I've already spoken to the clerk, they're being recorded by the planning partnership who are facilitating sessions. They will share those. They will be posted on our YouTube site. Links will be on the Beaver Valley Visioning page on greyhighlands.biz. And I suspect we will be doing social posts, so they may also be available from the main municipal website.
Okay. And Councilor Whittle, that was sort of my thought in the back of my mind with Councilor Nielsen said that you're so passionate about the lens, will you really want to chair that, or you really want to speak to the part of the lens? I think Councilor Nielsen brought that part too.
I believe that we're not debating the lens. It's already been approved by council. All we're doing is trying to determine how best to start implementing it. But maybe I should have a conversation with the mayor just to, have a little bit more thought around that.
Yeah, that was, I didn't want to say it, but that's the same thing I had in my mind is what Councilor Nielsen. I think you're quite passionate about it and would want to, if there was something raised and you want to speak to it, you're going to have to go back and forth.
Well, if you're up to it, Mr. Mayor, maybe we can talk further.
Yeah, no problem. No, not a problem. That's why I say, like, if it's the same thing as you had before, just until we get that agenda, we'll see more of what's in the agenda and your notes and how you're adding to that and your debate and all that. So we can talk about that further to that meeting. Because I know if you want to speak to it, I know myself with regards to the fill bylaw, I mean, I'm not sure who I may not want to be chairing that one at all because I got a lot of items I want to add to that one as myself. So I do not want to chair that one. So, okay. Good discussion. It's getting really long in the day. Anything else with the meetings? Okay, so yeah, I see the May 5th on there for council. Yeah, I guess the only question I have is if we're not catching up in 3 hours of our committee of the whole, and maybe I won't go there right now. I know we get meeting date and stuff like that. We'll leave it at that. I'm just thinking that if we get behind, sometimes that's catch up time. Okay. Nothing else with with the meetings? Okay. Saying that.
Motion to adjourn.
Deputy Mayor, second. Okay, all in favor? Carried. That's something that's carried. Something that should have asked in our training session today about adjournment. Some people just adjourn. Some people have a motion. Some people.
I can provide the answer to that.
Go ahead.
As soon as we finished item 15.2, I can end the meeting because there's no need to do a motion to adjourn when all the items have been disposed of.
Or can I, as a chair, just say, now we're adjourned?
We can, but past practice and keeping it consistent, we always do a motion to adjourn. So everybody is aware that that is the final completion and they can actually leave the meeting at that time.
That's right. I know.
Regardless, for those who are left, have a fantastic evening. We'll see you later.
Take care, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you and good night.
Night, everyone.